Alrighty. Uh, should probably have some music on the side. I don't know what I'm gonna listen to, but I should have something, right? Let's see. Uh, Yo, Seribot just spam banning everything. Jesus Christ. Use Isaac music. You know, that's not a bad idea. Oh, are we getting the follow messages anyways? Uh-oh. They all got banned by Seribot, but also all the follows just like came through. Can I make this not happen? Alert box. How do you skip alerts? Is that a thing? Maybe we're good. Um, okay, I see that there's so somebody mentioned the another TTV viewer account before. They've never sent a message. I'm gonna go ahead and ban them or block them or something. I don't know exactly if that matters. But like some people mentioned that that account was kind of sus. So maybe if I dump the another TTV viewer. Also, Seribot is still here, so that's good. I don't have to like re-add them to the channel or anything to get them to like ban bot followers. Um, I don't I don't know if blocking them matters. That do. Let me see. Oh, ban another TTV viewer. Okay. There you go. And then block them as well. Um, I don't know. Their account was made. Some people mentioned that they were like a bad account, so I'm assuming that because I wasn't getting really targeted by bots until very recently, and I don't really pay attention to my watch list. Hello, Pay. Uh, so I don't know like if this account has been here for a while, but other people specifically mentioned this exact account name yesterday as like they're a bot account that is like has to do with stuff. So I'm gonna assume that that account is pretty sus. They've been active for like their account has apparently been a thing since 2019, but they've never sent a message or like done anything. So it's like uh I'm gonna just raise an eyebrow at that, especially if they're here like as soon as the stream goes live. That would imply that they never left from yesterday when I noticed that they were here. Um, so that seems pretty sus to me. I think they're the imposter. So I'll at least like ban and block that account. And from there I don't know. I'll figure it out somehow, I guess. But anyways, so yeah, let's play a little music. Let's see. Hi, Victorian. What's up, dude? We're just chilling and doing a little programming, doing a little trolling, getting followed by bots as the whole Twitch bot problem continues to be a thing. Um, but you know, such is life. Thankfully, we didn't get like the 500 follow messages. It only did the alert like 3 times, but Seribot jumped in and banned them all automatically, so that's good. We do a little trolling. DF Steam news update? I did not. What's up with this DF Steam news? Let me see. Dwarf Fort Steam news. You mean this one? On the 23rd? New menu updates. 10 minutes of new gameplay footage in a desert fortress. Wow. They got lots of new menus and stuff. The desert terrain's kind of cool. You see a well and some mushroom trees. Very nice, very nice. Epic. Yeah, that's cool. Very good. So there you guys go. If you're interested in watching a video of some gameplay, have at it. But anyways, so what I figured I'd do today, because I've been really just like bored and not sure what to do. Yeah, dude, I know. I can't wait for the Steam version. But I was like, I'm bored. I want to make something. So I figured today we'd just mess around and do a little programming and just like listen to some music or something and chill and talk about whatever. Let's see. I mean, there's so many musics we could listen to. What do you guys want to listen to? The History of the Super Mario 64 A Button Challenge, Part 2. The Pan and Coec Revolution. Oh my god. Disco. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know what I want to listen to. That's the problem. I always get stuck thinking of like, what kind of music do I want to hear? Let's see. But first, we need to talk about parallel universes. Yeah, parallel universe where I know what music I want to listen to. You left WoW for good, and you don't have a main game. Understandable. I was thinking just maybe some game OST stuff or something. Music you found. Don't know if it has copyright. Well, I mean, I don't think copyright matters because it's not like I have to worry about YouTube ad revenue or anything. I don't know if you can get in trouble for copyright stuff on like on Twitch. I don't think so. Like I think your VOD just gets muted and that's about it. Do not. All right, I'm gonna start with just like, fuck, dude. I don't know. Cookie Clicker has music now. We could just listen to that for a little bit. There's like 20 minutes of music there. Make sure it's not super loud. And then we can decide what to listen to after that, you know? Okay, that should be a good volume. If it's not, just let me know. Oh yeah, you can't post links, that's right. You could just tell me what it is or something. And I could look it up. Or I could probably just give you link posting permission. I don't know exactly how that works. I think you can let people post links, but I don't know how. There's no like option for me to do that. Gotcha. Okay. I'll look it up on the side real quick and see what that's all about. Type that into YouTube. Wait, what? Podcast. It's ambient. Yeah. I found a whole album by Sanjib. Okay, so just Sanjib Distant Echoes, I think. Will probably get me there. Or not. I see a lot of other stuff called Distant Echoes. Interesting. Oh yeah, I think we have a music channel in the Discord, or you could just post it in general or something. So I mean, there you go. That also works for posting links, and I have it open on my side monitor. But anyway, so what we're looking at here, this is a little just sample thing made with something called Ionic. And basically what Ionic is, it's like this weird little sort of framework for you to make applications, like mobile type applications, but also web pages that just are cross-platform and everything. Like, this is all made with HTML and CSS and stuff, but I'm pretty sure you can access this from like a mobile device and it still works like, you know, identically. It's still the same thing. And what you could do is like host this as a web page that like stuff can access and everything. So what I figured is this might be a good thing to use. And this is what I'm using at work anyway. This like framework is what I use for my job, designing this app for like the college or something like that. So I figured if I'm gonna make something that I can run off of like my github.io page, the free page that GitHub lets you host, yeah, I'd figure let's make some like dumb little idle game or something and then just like throw that on there. And you know, we'll see what we can develop with it. I have some ideas of like long-term mechanics for like an idle game and ascensions and stuff. But you know, we'll just play around with it, and if you guys have ideas, I'm like, haha, you should make this thing, smiley face, and then there you go, you can just tell me. But anyway, so the idea here is, let's see, we don't really need this shit on tab 1, right? I figured I'd just have it be these like this little basic tab skeleton, because if I want to add other pages and stuff to the thing, like I might as well just have this set up, because there you go, you could have tabs for your game menus and shit. Problem solved. So let's just do this. We could keep the header if we want, but we could also just get rid of it. And if we save, this is actually running through like a server thing that I've run through PowerShell, and it updates our view of the thing, so we can actually test it and see what happens as we're making the thing. So that's pretty cool. I like that part about it. People on the player market have inflated the hell out of a resource you need. Hell yeah, dude. I love inflation. Wait. But anyways, so I don't know exactly what the mechanics are gonna be of this idle game. I think I want it to be text-based and everything. You know, if you guys have ever seen like Candy Box, right? There you go, it's on his GitHub IO. This is like entirely text-based. You have just a basic empty page. You get candy as time goes on. And as you get like more of your idle resource here, you just get 1 per second. But you know, you see there's like nothing here, right? There's frequently asked questions at the bottom and everything. But there's sort of this new option that popped up out of nowhere. Because we got enough candies or whatever, now we can throw 10 of them on the ground. And it like accumulates, you know? And so how this game works is like as time goes on, you unlock like new things that happen in the idle game, right? Sort of like how Cookie Clicker, when you see Cookie Clicker for the first time, it's just like empty, right? I think I have a save already. I can just like dump it. Let's see, options, wipe save. So when you first, when you first pop open Cookie Clicker, you see like, okay, it's all broken because of the window size, but you see basically nothing, right? And as you go, you're unlocking this stuff and you unlock mini games and everything. So what I'm thinking for like the thing that we're gonna make is probably starting like this, right? Because it seems like a pretty good starting point for something. It seems like this sort of resonates with people with idle games and stuff. The whole like emergent, new things happen as game go on. But what I'm thinking about, the kind of stuff I was thinking about outside of gameplay that I was mostly interested in making eventually is having there be some sort of like little mini storyline thing or something that you like play through on the side as sort of like a text-based adventure game. I don't know if you guys have seen text adventures before. Sometimes they're called interactive fiction. There are some of the first computer games that like popped up because it's just text everywhere and it was easy to display. You know, computers could display text very early on. But it's just like you know, like AI Dungeon. There you go. That's a modern example, right? AI Dungeon is a text adventure. It's just randomly generated and has like no sort of solid narrative line. But you know, it's like you get text. You get text or whatever, and it says what action do you want to do, yada yada yada. So here we go. Open image in your tab. You know, you have an action that you put in, and then the game says this is what happens when you try that action. In normal text adventures, let me know if this is loud. I don't know how loud this is for you guys. But in normal text adventures, typically, you know, there's not... the game cannot handle every possible action you could pick, right? You know, the game can't possibly handle every sentence and word combination. But it's like... this one has graphics, but typically it says you're in a location... you know, you see some stuff around you and it sort of describes what's around you. And typically if it doesn't have graphics, it goes a lot more on the text aspect. So, you know, these existed back on like the Commodore 64 and like all that stuff. It's been around forever. And so what I was thinking, it might be kind of cool to tie in the idea of a text adventure with an idle game, right? Here's one that's like a classic one, Colossal Cave Adventure or something. I think I've seen this one before. But it's just like you have your description of what to do, then you have like a little prompt and it says, you know, you can do stuff. You can either go a direction, you can look, and you get your description of the room, you can get items and do stuff. I feel like this might be a good sort of framework for an idle game, having like a text adventure. Monkey is spinning. Monkey is spinning. What is monkey is spinning? Monkey is spinning for 10 hours. Or do you mean the Happy Monkey Circle, where the monkeys are spinning in a circle? Monkeys Spinning Monkeys by Kevin MacLeod for an hour. Do you mean that song from that guy, the classic Kevin? Is that the one you're talking about? It's on the Microsoft Store. Oh, you're talking about a game. I thought you meant like playing a song for a little bit. You mean like a game is like a bit, like a joke. Okay. I understand. I don't know. You know, that would be interesting. But yeah, okay, look at there you go. See, we've idled, we came back, we have now an NPC made out of ASCII art, you know. Anyway, so you get the idea of this. Now what I'm thinking is maybe this type of thing where it's like it starts empty and slowly builds out more of like the game. And then now that we bought a sword, there's like shit you could do. Maybe we have this idea, right, where it starts really empty as like an idle game with just like basic whatever, but we tie it into the idea of a text adventure, you know? So, you know, this black and green is kind of aesthetic. Maybe we do that. We have our dark color, we just set up font color to green. But what we could do is we can have a div here. This can be the sort of text, let's use underscores, or let's use camel case for ID names. So this can be, we can have like, basically divs are just empty containers that you can use to divide up your page space. So what we can do is we can make a container to have like a text log, right? So we can have our sort of, this text that is displayed can go somewhere, and maybe we have that above like just a line where you can input your command, right? So we just start with that. So we have our text log, and we have, I think there's an ion input, and then this is the command, right? And you'll have to forgive me for tabbing out every so often. I don't have this stuff memorized yet. I'm still like working with it and learning this stuff. So I gotta look up exactly what options ion input has, because there's a lot of stuff you can do with it. So if we do this and we make it a type of text, right? We now have our ion input, and we can give it a We can actually give it a little sort of label in the background. Like, I forget what the word is for it, but you can have like a little piece of text there, placeholder text. So we can do placeholder is enter command, right? A 400 chroma resource shouldn't be 900. Well, if you're willing to pay it. But yeah, see, now we have like, we can enter, you know, we can put whatever we want in here, and it can be tied to like a variable, so we can, you know, get what the player inputs and say like, okay, what do we do with that? What are we listening to? I actually have no idea what's playing. Oh wait, no, this is the Grandma Apocalypse music, okay. Forgot we were listening to this. Let's see, so we can also do, right, we have this. We probably don't want it at the top of the page, of course, but the text log will be a thing eventually. Now, what we can do here is apply CSS rules. And CSS is like styling, right? You assign colors and all that kind of stuff. And here we can set up like how big we want things to be, where we want them to be on the page, all that fun stuff. Everybody loves CSS. Nobody is ever upset with it. It's always the best thing ever, and everybody's really happy. But using CSS, we can then sort of tell the program like, hey, this is how we want it to be displayed on the web page. So for the text log, right, we want it to be pretty much the entire width of the screen, I think. We want its height to be like maybe 75%. We can give it a border. I think you do size, solid color, green. And look at that. Now we have a big square. Now we can also give it a background. No, that's background color of also green. And that's a little bit too bright, I think. Wait, no, we want the text to be green. So I guess we don't really want a background color then. But we do color green. And that'll be any of the content inside of the square that can be a color, like text and stuff, will be green. What we can do with this is inside of it, because the div is like an empty box, right? You can physically see it as an empty box. We want to put inside of this empty box, you know, some of the stuff for the game. For now, what we can do is start doing like the sort of just like a text log. Now, part of our web page, we can use the programming language of JavaScript, or in this case, TypeScript, which is just JavaScript but slightly different. But what we can do with this is we can handle like variables and stuff that we might want to use with our game here. Now, I'm thinking the game data. Let's see. So inside of this right here is just for what's on the page normally. Like if we go to tab 2, this is an entirely separate sort of page. You can see here tab 2 has its own program stuff that it runs. It has its own HTML for what to display, has its own style sheet for like how to display everything. So tab 2 and tab 1 are independent of each other. Now, if you want to share, you can also see up here, right? I don't know if it's very easy to read, but the URL of tab 2 is actually unique from tab 1. These are completely different pages on the website. That is, you know, this application we're making. But we can share data through our framework here by making stuff into like modules, and we can then like, you know, pass data back and forth. Like, oh, I want to send some data from tab 1. Like, let's say, you know, we have some information on the tab 1 thing. Like we have a variable like player name, and that's a string, and you know, we want to use the player name on tab 2 for something. Well, in order to do that, we need some sort of component that is sort of passed around between pages or something that can like stay alive and keep that data between, you know, switching out pages and stuff, like getting deleted and everything. So what I'm thinking we do is we make a module for the game itself, I think. Open variable, smiley face. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to make ourselves a new sort of module. I can't, man, it's been a while since I did this. Oh, you know what I can do? I have it on my laptop from. I can look at the code I've done there. I can't show you the code from my work, so I need to, you know, make sure I don't do that, because technically there's like NDA stuff, even though it's whatever and it doesn't really matter that much. But it's okay, it's on my laptop, you can't see it. So now what I can do, so on my laptop, on the stuff I was making for work, I made like I made a module to do something. So I need to look at what I made. Page data service. Yes? Oh, I think it's an interface. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. It's been a while since I've exactly did. Oh, no, okay, it's an interface because it's like a type of variable that you can define. Okay, I see. If statement clicker. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what we can do. Let's see. New folder. We'll name this one interfaces in case we want to make some interface stuff, especially for game data and things like that we want to save. We probably want to make an interface. With this being like game.ts. And what we can do here is we can define ourselves a sort of structure of, like, we can define some constant variables, but we can define an interface for objects. So the thing about JavaScript that's kind of weird is that you can kind of make objects be whatever you want. Like, for example, if we put Beppis, let's make a variable called Beppis, and we say it can be any type. So now we could do Beppis equals a string. We could do Beppis equals an object that has like stuff and it's assigned to values, and there can be multiple stuff. And this is not a string, but you know, we can make Beppis be that. We could do anything we want with a variable in JavaScript. However, if we use TypeScript and we say Beppis must be a string, now it enforces the only thing that works here is this line. We can only make it a string. You see here, it gives us some red squiggles and says like, hey, type is not assignable to string. Object literal may only specify known properties. It does not exist in type string. So what interfaces do is basically you can define your own custom values here. So instead of, you know, string is default in JavaScript. It knows what a string is, and that's already defined as an interface. But what we can do is say, well, what if we want a type of variable called like text log or something, right? And we want that only to be made up of like certain things, or maybe we want a variable called save data, right? We want save data to be made up of like the player name as a string, and then it can also be, you know, stuff like that. Uh-oh. It doesn't look like these bots that just followed are in the, are in the definition thing for Seribot. Oh boy. Hopefully eventually the bot problem, like, stops being a problem, but, I mean, no guarantees, you know? I don't really have a way to deal with it from here, so I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if any of those follows were legit, but if one happened to be legit, thank you, I guess. Anyways. So, that's what interfaces do. That's pretty much all they're for. You can make a complex object and, like, define it as this is what it is, and then you can make sure that no funkiness happens. Yeah, I mean, I might, honestly. Especially if it's going to continue to be an issue. I guess I will. I think Worgen went to bed, honestly. I don't know. His sleep is kind of like... He's in a further ahead time zone and stuff. So, like, when I start streaming, it's like 9 or 10 for him. I think he probably went to bed already because he, like, got it back on a better schedule. Let's see. Alert. Where's the alert box? Okay, I will just turn off follower alerts for now, since it seems like Seribot is not a perfect solution. Very unfortunate. Anyways. Okay, so we've moved on to Minecraft music from C418, but I don't know if I want to listen to Minecraft music. You know what I kind of want to listen to is just more fucking Deltarune music's good. Deltarune Chapter 2. Let's see if somebody's just put all the songs together. We have a playlist. They only play for, like... The songs are really short. Some of them are. Oh yeah, you want Minecraft music? Alright, yeah, we can go back. Let's see, this is Alpha, Dead Voxel, Blind Spots. So this is just C418 Minecraft Volume Beta. I don't know what this album is, but sure. Diablo 2 music. We could do that. What do you guys think? Anyways, this is not very important right now, this game interface. That's not what I'm looking for. They all agree. Wow, dude, amazing. Everyone's in complete agreement. I can't believe it. Wow, that's so crazy. But sure, let's toss on some Diablo 2. I gotta rewind on this video. There you go. So anyways, what I'm looking for is more along the lines of... Maybe I'm thinking of, like, a component or something. Let me see. App component. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, honestly. I can't remember how to do this now. Let's see. Ionic component. No, I don't think component is what I'm looking for. Alright, well, I'll think about that later. For now, let's just go back to what we're doing here. Let's put the command input in a little div. Right? So we can add the little, like, bracket line before your input. we can do span or something and just do that. Now, that puts it up there, so this div ID command box if we make it flex and then align items center. There we go. Now it puts them next to each other. And then, let's see, color, green. Wow. Unfortunately, that makes the, this green, and also, I don't think that's a dark enough, that's weird. I think I still want that to be gray, but I want the text itself to be green. I don't know if I can do that. Let me see. All right, what if I remove this, right? So this still makes the placeholder text green. There's gotta be a way. Ionic placeholder text color. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Okay, so it's just like there's some specific placeholder color. Dark gray. I think that's the color of it already. And then we can do color green, right? And now that the placeholder has its own color, there you go. All right. I could even just move this out because we want everything to be green except for the placeholder, so we can just put this in the entire command box is now green. All right, so now we got our green matrix color text. There you go. Now, what we want to throw up here in the text log, let's see. The thing we have to think about is how we're gonna mix like sort of idle incremental game stuff with this adventure game, text adventure game input thing, right? What I'm thinking is the text adventure portion is how you unlock features in the game. So for example, on the, I think it's app component HTML, no. Tab 1 index. Okay, no. Where does it, there's a certain page where it shows the code for these tabs. I can't remember. Tab 1 routing module? No. Tabs, there it is. Okay. So on the tabs page, HTML, we can see this is where it defines this spot down here that has these buttons we can click on and they do the fancy stuff. That one is on the main tabs page. It's like each tab 1, 2, and 3 is sort of contained inside of tabs. So what we can do is, let's say we only want there to be this main tab, right? Like this is how the idle game starts. You have your text adventure stuff, and there's no other features yet until you like explore and you find it in the game. So what we can do is we can delete these, for one. We can also do an if statement, which is, you know, classic programmer mode. Just put an if statement in there. And we can tell it, like, okay, if something is true, then you can display these other tabs. Now, I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do with these other tabs, and we might even have more than just 3, which, you know, we'd have to add more pages and stuff, but that's fine. I think for now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have some if statements in here for these tabs. And right now, you know, there's no statement, so it doesn't do anything. And now we have our tabs hidden. I don't know if we want this header. I mean, we could name, like, if this is the adventure mode portion of the game, we can just give it like a little name up here and then just, you know, have different tabs to go through it. We could also maybe hide this little bar down here until like you mouse over it or tap the touchscreen down here and it brings it up, depending on if you're on a mobile or desktop device. But we'll think about that later. Now, descend into if statement hell. Yes! More if statements! What are we gonna do? So, let's think about this for a moment, right? With this game, as a little idle incremental game, let's reset Candy Box here, right? So, if we're taking some inspiration from some existing idle games, in Candy Box you do nothing, right? You just have to wait for a certain amount of time to pass and then features open up. Now in Cookie Clicker, you have to do something for features to open up, right? You have to start collecting cookies, and then the more cookies you have, the more different buildings open up, and then eventually you make enough cookies and you get this to open up to unlock the mini games. So I think we want to take a more direct approach, right? We don't want the player to just sit there and wait for stuff to happen. I think this is kind of like an older style idle game that's being more truly idle. So I don't think we want to do that. I think, you know, we want to provide the player, okay, here's a setting that you're existing in, you know, you're playing a character, and here's your surroundings, and, you know, do some stuff, and then you find things. So, okay, to that end, I can think of an interface we want, right? We want an interface to define a room, okay? So if we think about our game, let's open up Paint. If we think about our game, right, the player's going to exist in stuff that has, rooms are gonna have a description. They're gonna have, like, a title or a name. Right? And this is gonna be, like, you know, the player's in a room, you know, here's you. There's you in all your glory. Now you're in a room. You have possible exits, so you have rooms that you're connected to in different directions, like go north, go south, go east, go west, go up, go down, go etc., etc. So rooms have descriptions, which is just going to be, you know, a long string. Now a description may end up being more complex later, but for now a room is just going to have a plain description. It's going to tell you what's in the room. It's going to have a name to the room, or like a unique identifier. The room is also going to have an array of items that can be collected in the room. So we're going to have items. The room is going to have connections. Okay. The description is just a string. This is just a string. Let's see, what else do we need for an adventure game room? So you have the description to tell the player this is what happens when you say look. Right? You input the look command, it prints out the description. When you say go, and then some sort of, like, direction, that's when it pulls from the connections to see can you go in that direction or not. When you say get or take or pick up, you know, ... that's when it pulls from the items to see, okay, is what you typed here, like get, take, pick up, noun, is that an item in the room that you can get? So we're gonna need that. The title and name of the room, I think we're gonna display, like, above the room to sort of be like a reminder, like, this is where you are. It may not be anything like a specific name to the room, but it can be, you know, like, if you're in a bedroom, it says bedroom, or if you're in, like, a forest or something, it says forest, or, you know, whatever. Like, if we could look at our text adventure thing here, Colossal Cave Adventure, when it says you are in an open forest with a deep valley to one side, like, you can print the room name somewhere, you know. So there's that. I think this is good for now. Okay, so room has a description that is just a string. It has a name, which is a string. We're gonna have items, which is going to be a different interface. This is going to be an object. This is going to be like an array of objects. An interface for an array of objects. Okay, yeah, okay, so we just do item and then brackets. There you go. It is now an array of type item. All right, so there's that. And then connection. Do we want to name it that? I think so. And then there's going to be... I don't think we have, like, we don't have pointers exactly in TypeScript. I don't believe pointers exist. Objects are passed by reference. See, what I want to make sure is that whatever this is, I guess technically if it's an object or something, it should be fine. But I suppose we should just make an interface for a connection. But see, you know, it's what I'm thinking here is what I would normally do in a different language is like you would make the room as like a little object, right? You'd have a little cardboard box that says this is room number 1. And when you make another cardboard box that says room number 2 on it, and you're like, okay, from room number 2, I want to go west and go back to room number 1. What you would do is, instead of having like a copy of room number 1 or something, you want to go to the original room number 1 that you already made. So you just have what's called a pointer that tells the computer, room number 1's data is stored at this address in memory. Like it's stored over here in the RAM. So go look at that location and you can find it. You don't need to make a new one or anything. And that way, you know, we can be sure that any new room we make that connects back to room number 1 will always go to the same room. And that's the important part, right? Is to make sure it's all the same. Because we don't want to have, like, different versions of room number 1 that maybe don't quite connect up the same way. Because then, your program's going to get funky and you're going to get confused, like, well, why, this should go back to there, but it doesn't. I'm not 100% sure how you can do that with TypeScript. Uh-oh. Well, wait, I thought I turned off follower alerts. Follows off. Done. How did my follower alerts get turned back on? Okay, they're off now, but what the heck? Oh dear. Anyway, this is going to be an array of connection. All right, so that's what we're working with right now. Let's just get that out of the way. So an item, right? An item is going to have a name. It's also going to have a I'm going to put the name first and then description. Doesn't matter, but I'm just going to do them. Items can have names and descriptions. But then items are going to need some more complex stuff later. For now, we'll just leave it as a name and a description. A connection, what a connection needs to be, it needs to be like a direction, which is just a string, but this is what this is what it's going to compare to. Like this is going to be like east, south, up, down, etc. So this is going to be the word, like you're going to type go and then direction, and that's what's going to send you in that direction. And then what it needs a room that you're going to go to, which is of this interface type. So it looks like we're able to, you know, it doesn't matter that it comes afterwards, we're still able to use it. However, I don't know how we ensure that this is the same object in different connections. We're gonna have to figure that out when we actually start, like, using this and setting it up. So, hopefully that works out okay. We'll find out momentarily, I suppose. We'll just make a couple test rooms that go back and forth with each other. So we have room, we have item, we have connection. We also need player interface, right? And this is going to be the player. So the player, I guess, is going to have a name and a description, I suppose. I might as well give a name and description to everything. The player is going to have a position or location, and that's the room that they're in. And the player is also going to have an inventory, which is just an array of items that the player can pick up. And then maybe eventually we'll expand on this later, but for now, that's, you know, that's good enough for some basic things for a little adventure game. So there are some type of custom variables we made, custom objects that we can use. And we can use that in the rest of our project if we do a certain thing. I need to look at my other work here to figure it out, because I'm dumb and I don't remember things. We have our interface. Now, if we want to use that somewhere else, I think we need to make, how do we use an interface? I don't remember if we need to, like, include that anywhere, or if that just, like, happens. Okay, we need to import the interface. So if we go to, like, page 1, it's JavaScript code, right? We can import from source app interfaces game. And what we can tell it is we want to pull these definitions from this file into this file. So we want to take room, item, connection, player. Or at least room and player. I don't know if we need to import the little in-between definitions. I guess it doesn't matter, but yeah, we'll do it anyway. I think we'll have a different object later that handles loading these up and making the initial data for the game. But for now, I think we want to just pull them into this tab so we can start using them and playing with them and seeing how it works. So player is player type. Rooms is a bunch of rooms. And then we really probably don't need these, actually. Anyways, so here we have a constructor, right? And this is what happens when page 1 is, like, created in the first place. And inside of here, we can put some stuff that we want to happen, like, as soon as the page starts existing. Normally what you do is just put some services in here, and then you do, like, ng on init, which I think we'll just do that, because that's what I typically do. ng on init. This is when, like, the page has done its thing. And I think we need to import ng on init. It looks like that is coming from Angular core on init. So in here, there you go. We import that boy. Wait, what? Is ng not? Oh, implements. Yeah. So this implements on init. That way it tells the program do this stuff as soon as the page is, like, done loading. All right, so what we're gonna do here we're gonna make ourselves some good old data. Good old data. We're gonna go in here and go like player equals new player. No, you can't use it like that. It's not like a thing. This dot player. So we're gonna give him a name. You're the player. You are the player. Location. Alright, we gotta start with a room so we can give him a room location. So this dot rooms 0 equals name room 1. Description. You have awoken in quite a strange little room. There is nothing there. The floor is bland gray concrete. And there is the smell of something odd in the air. You're gaming now. Whoa, dude, gaming mode. Alright, put a comma there. Then for a room, we need items. Is just an empty array. And connections. Now, here's the tough part, right? If we have rooms 1, and we want this to connect to room 1, I don't think that works. Gaming. How do we... Okay, so each connection needs to be a thing. And we gotta put this, because this is an object of these properties. So we gotta put it in curly braces. The direction is gonna be east. This room's 1. I mean, I guess we're able to do this. It's not spitting out any weird errors yet. So the name of this one is room 2. Okay. Description is... This room is filled with intricately carved stone pillars. Aha! Items. Obtainable. Boolean. We need a yes or no if the player can pick up the item. Because sometimes we might want to populate a room with items that are not obtainable, but that you can get descriptions of by looking at them. So the item type can sort of, like, if let's say this room is filled with intricately carved stone pillars. Well, if we want to, you know, describe each pillar, we can just make each one an item in the room. And then the player can say, look at stone pillar, you know, whatever. Look at a stone pillar, and then it picks one, you know, whatever. From playing CDDA to making browser CDDA. Yeah. We're making a little text adventure combined with like an idle game is the idea here. And I'm working on the text adventure portion. But, you know, something like that. There is a door to the east. A door leading west. West, and one leading north are here. Alright, so there's another little example room to play with, comma. Items in here, we're gonna actually make the couple stone pillars, probably. And then now we gotta define the connections in this room. Well, see, populating it with, like, text and stuff, that's gonna take a while, but getting... what I'm trying to do now is just get the basic systems made up, right? So I can just, you know, put the content in the game later. And I could do it in chunks and everything, and, like, you know, update the game as time goes on with that kind of stuff. And then by having the text adventure be its own little thing that's separate from the idle game gameplay, I can, like, you know, add idle game stuff and then work on the text adventure portion later, you know, and do them in separate orders. So there's that, and then now we need another one, and this one's gonna be to the north, and then there's gonna be a room, and it's gonna be this dot rooms 2. And then, yeah, that seems to work fine. We can just tell it that's where it connects. Okay, so far, at least in terms of the VS Code telling me I'm fucked up, it seems to be working just fine. Chunk error. NGU idle. Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't remember NGU idle very much. Let's look at that one. NGU idle. Okay, I don't think my UI is going to be quite as busy, but okay, I don't want to actually play it. Open image in new tab. So yeah, I mean, you know, maybe something like that. There is like a text portion, right? There's like a little story thing to NGU idle, if I remember right. Like with the boss fights, there's like a little, you know, finally you begin to feel a cool breeze from one path, blah, 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 and then you fight a boss. So like, you know, there's a little bit of story thing. I think it's going to be a bit different than this, where this one is like focusing on the idle game mechanics, and that is like, you know, there's just like some text kind of on the side as you're going through it. What I want mine to have is like an actual sort of text adventure where you can like do stuff. You can make decisions on where to go and things, and like explore like a little area you're in. So it's not going to be quite the same, but I mean, it's going to have text in it, I guess. You could say that's pretty similar. Anyway, so what we can do, instead of typing this all out by hand, we can copy and paste, and then we can go room 3, and then, what's up, Spooky? We can delete that description and say, this room is a dead end. You wonder why you are still standing in here, as there is nothing to do but go back. And then this is going to have a connection to the south, and that goes back to room 1, and then we're pretty much, there you go. There's our 3 starting rooms to test out. So we have our rooms. Now the player is broken, so it didn't compile the website. So now the player's location is going to be this dot rooms 0, the first room. That's where you start. And then inventory is just going to be an empty array of just nothing. So there we go. This stuff, it looks good. It worked. NG on init. It all compiled. If we go Control-Shift-K, we can see there's a bunch of errors. This dot rooms is undefined. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, that's not going to work, because 1 doesn't get defined until later. So yeah, okay, duh, this is going to have an issue. I'm stupid. Now, how do we fix this is the problem. See, we have a sort of circular dependency. Room 0 needs room 1 to be defined. Room 1 needs room 0 to be defined. So the problem is, how do we get this to work? Now, we could make them independently and then add the connections later after we've made all the rooms. So yeah, here's what we can do. What we do is we make the connections blank to start, right? And that'll get rid of the errors on, oh, that room doesn't, that's not a thing. Actually, oh, no, you know what we can do? Can we just do null? Yeah. So we say that there is no room connection until the room exists, right? And then after the rooms exist, then you go through and you connect them properly. So rooms 0 dot connections at 0 equals, now you make an object here and you do, or direct connections at 0 dot room. So now we're accessing this specific variable, and then we set that equal to this dot rooms at 1. There you go. And now you do this dot rooms at 1 dot connections at position 1 dot room equals this dot rooms at 2. Random generation. Eventually, I might have a sort of random area in some of the places. But now we're still getting this dot rooms is undefined. Where exactly is this happening? ng on init 116.21. This dot rooms. Oh, because we have rooms, but we can't like start using it until it's defined. So this dot rooms equals empty array. There you go. Problem solved. Now, we're gonna have to come up with a better solution. I wonder if I don't know if TypeScript could do this properly. Like, I'm gonna attempt it real quick. I'm gonna put room 1 here, and then see if this actually works. Okay, technically that works. So we're gonna actually attempt it the way I was doing it before, because it looks like, yeah, the error was there just wasn't a variable in the first place. So now, technically when this is made, this is null, right? Until we make it here. Now, if we look at rooms, let's look at, how do we access the variable? I don't know how we get to the page. Oh, here we go. Let's just console log. All right, so we're gonna print. There we go. Here's our array. Here's room 1. Connections. Room undefined. Okay, so yeah, we have to set it later because otherwise it just gets undefined. So we have to do it this way. But then we can see here on room number 2 connections, west goes right back into room number 1. So that one worked, but yeah. So if we do it before it exists, it's just always null. So we have to set up the connections later. So most likely, I'm gonna have to figure some way out to make that easier for me as the developer on how to like be able to set up like big intricate connections of rooms without having to like go through and make this entire like type all this out by hand, you know? I'll need to come up with a good solution for that. I'm sure there's a way to do it that's like elegant and everything, but eventually, you know, I'll have to think about that and do that eventually. Anyway, so once we've initialized the page, we can now set, let's see. So we have like a sort of text log, right? And that's just a big string, big old string. Why can't you just play Waluigi's Taco Stand? Because Simple Flip's already played that game. He did it way better than I could ever do it. He's the best Waluigi Taco Stand player in the universe, honestly. So what we can do now is, okay, if I want text to appear in here, I think it can just be the div. And I think we can tell it to put this dot text log as text. And now we can do text log equals this dot player dot location dot description. Oh man, look at that. See? And you can always get the description of the players in with just this one easy command. Wow, look, there it is. We did it. We made a video game. We're done. All right. Wash our hands and see you guys next time. All right, so there's that. And now what we can do is we can make a little function called parse command, right? This will eventually become ungodly complicated. But for the moment, what we can do is we can run this command when we hit enter, right? If we type some words in here like bingus floppa and we hit enter, like nothing happens. But what we can do is put parse command on hitting enter in the input here. So we can do on key press, or on key, we'll do release because key press will like repeat. On key release, we will run this dot parse command, right? And so what's gonna happen is we're gonna set, let's see, we're gonna make a variable, and it's gonna be t, and that's variable is gonna be equal to the document dot get element by ID, and we're gonna get the element that is this one right here, the command ID'd element. There you go. So now we have access to whatever stuff with that element. How is the idle part gonna work? You know, something is gonna become complicated. Oh yeah. So that's what we're gonna get to in a moment. I wanted to get this little skeleton set up real quick so we can just, you know, expand on that later, and then we're gonna focus a little bit on the idle game elements. What I think is gonna happen is you're gonna find stuff in the adventure game that, for example, like Candy Box, you're gonna find stuff in the adventure game, and then it opens up new options. Like you'll open up the second tab, right? On the web. So it's like you have tab 1, you find something that unlocks a new feature, and then a new tab will like pop up and have like a little, you know, animation or something, like it fades in. And then the second tab, you've opened up some like idle game elements, right? And then you can make progress in the idle game portion, and that might, you know, unlock some different things in the in this portion with the text adventure, and they'll kind of like build on each other. And ultimately what I want to do, my idea here is that idle games don't typically have branching paths, right? For the most part, idle games are very set linear experiences. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be kind of interesting if maybe the whole reset mechanic of the idle game was that you start the story over and you get to make different decisions and like experience different elements of the story and of gameplay. And maybe like as you start over, the stuff you bring back through your ascension or your reset mechanic like affects how the story plays out as well. So it's just sort of this like this story that becomes more and more complicated and like changes as you play the game, and it's like different based on what you decide to do. That's the ultimate idea here that I had in mind for, like, you know, that's what I said, like I had the idea for the reset mechanic, and now I'm trying to like figure out, okay, how am I gonna make the game that like kind of revolves around that. Yeah, okay, well, see, I thought it sounded kind of cool, so that's good to hear. But yeah, that's the ultimate idea, is that there's gonna be a story that you interact with, and as you do different things, the story changes. And like, I wanted to make it an idle game because like I have most of my ability right now is in writing. Like I have a lot of experience with writing, and so I figured, okay, how can I make like the most simple game that I can like have a vehicle be for my writing? And then it's like, oh, an idle game, there you go. And people seem to like idle games, so yeah. For $66.66 on Steam, exactly, the low price. I dropped something on the floor. All right, whatever. It's gonna stay on the floor. But anyways, so now we need to get the basic command parsing working. So we get the element, right? T.value, T.inner, hold on. What is, ion input has a value, yes. Okay, it does have a value. T.value equals nothing. We're gonna wipe the value after we hit enter. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Inner HTML dot value? No? Oh, the inner HTML is a string. What happens if I clear the inner HTML then? Nothing happens. Oh, we also need to check to see what type of key it was. Okay, let's see. On key release. JavaScript. Oh, on key up. My function. Can I pass in the event itself? Okay, on key up, check key. I think we can just pass in like event or something in here. Right? And then we do if event dot key is equal to enter. I think. We can also console.log pressed enter. Uh-oh. This .parse command is not a function. What do you mean? It's right here. Oh, I think I don't need the word this, right? Parse command is not defined. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not defined? Oh, I might need curly braces around it. And then this .parse command. Oh, I fucked it up. Uh-oh. Event is undefined. Oh, well, yeah, I guess so, huh? What? Binding to on key up is disallowed. Please use key up. Oh! I'm silly. Hey, all right, so that works. Now, how do we pass, let's see, Ionic input key up. Okay, I think we can put string event, no. The Ionic input events. You have an idea for an idle game. You get 3 different upgrades you can unlock, and by unlocking one removes the other 2 and so on. Well, yes. How do I get the event that's happening here? Okay, so I think we do this, and then we do. I think we need to do a different one because they said like key press and stuff is depreciated or deprecated or whatever. So if we do ion input, I think this is what fires when like input happens, and then we pass event here, and then in here we go event. Okay, so it's still working. Now what we can do is if event dot let's see, ion input event. Well, either way, so events should have like a key identifier. Uh-oh. It just broke. What happened here? Oh dear. I don't know. I totally broke it. So it removes the inner HTML. I don't really want that. I want to remove the value, but it says that value is not like a thing. Oh, duh. What am I doing? You can just tie this to a variable. Command. And I think if I put this dot command in here, no. Okay, there's a way you can tie this directly to the value of a variable. And I think I figured it out. So if we add value in here, no? What did I do wrong? Oh, this is fucked up. Alright, let me just comment this out. OMG code! Ah! The idea for a secret, the do you know the Muffin Man scene from the Shrek? Sure, yeah. Your head hurt already? Unfortunate. It's okay, it's not that complicated. It's just a lot of random words. Don't worry about it too much. I believe in you. Me, I made the code. The function's not firing anymore. If event. Okay, so stuff is happening on key up. Okay, so the function's working. Let's console log the event object itself so we can see exactly what's going on inside this event. Key. Enter. Yo, there we go. All right. That's all it is. Event.key is enter. So we only want this stuff to happen if the player hits enter. Otherwise, we just skip all of the function and just, you know, life continues on. So if the player hits enter, so ion input clear value. Oh, ng model, that's what it is. That's how you tie it to a variable. You do... Right, it's Angular stuff. That's what you use Angular for. Here's Vibe, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Inhaled some saliva. Ow. How's it going, Zio? What's up? Command. Hey, there it goes. All right, cool. Perfect. All right, now we have our parse command event. It is wiping what you typed when you hit enter to submit it, and then you can freely type your other shit and hit enter, and it goes bye-bye, and there you go. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to split up. So the commands are going to be like go east or take, you know, name of an item, like take a bag, you know, stuff like that. So what we want to do is we want to break it up by spaces, and I'm pretty sure there's just a built-in way of doing that. A lot of languages that have strings have just a built-in function to just split it up with you know, between spaces, so each individual word is its own thing. So TypeScript split string. Yep. So string.split, the separator is the character to use for separating. If it's omitted, it contains one element of the entire string. And the limit is the limit on the number of splits, but we don't want a limit. I don't know how to tell it unlimited splits. Split string with no limit. Okay, I don't know. Let's see what happens if we do this dot command dot split. Actually, okay, we're gonna make a new variable. Right, it's gonna be words equals this dot command dot split, and this dot command is gonna be equal to nothing at the end. So we're gonna split it up based around empty space, little space character, and I don't know how many, like, I want it to split. Probably just once, actually. Split one, and then console. We want to output in the little console over here. We want to put the words that we make over there. Go east. Enter. Go. Where's east? Just got one word. That's not helpful. I think I need to put two here. Go east. There it is. Okay. So this method is a bit funky. I don't know if I put a 0 here, it just doesn't do it at all. Invariably result in disaster. Well, yes. I don't know how if you can just split with like an unlimited number of substrings. Oh, what if you just omit the limit? Hey, there we go. All right, never mind. We're good. Okay. Problem solved. Okay, so now we have an array of all the individual words that are split up between spaces. So we have go, east, take, item, whatever, you know. So now we can handle some more complicated things here, right? So basically what we have to do is every command, we must make some assertions, yeah? We have to tell the player only specific commands are acceptable. Like if the player just types east, that means nothing to the program and it can't do anything with it. If the player types like east go, that doesn't make any sense either, right? What we're gonna wanna do is we're gonna wanna assert that the very first word needs to be a command. It needs to be like a verb or something, right? Like go, or take, or, you know, move, or etc., etc. Maybe we can add custom commands later, like climb, if there's climbable objects, you can get up to other areas, you know. Drag, we can, you know, whatever. We can define other functions later, but what we want to do is we want the very first word to be, we want to switch based on words at position 0, the very first word. Feels like a game you've played. Text adventures, there you go. Anti-frustration features. Yes, yes. That'll cut. Those are the sprinkles on top later once we get stuff sorted out here. We need to get the basic like functionality of it working first, and then we can think about, you know, things like that. And we can also suggest things, because if we see one of the words is like east or a direction that the game knows, it could be like, oh, do you want to go east? And then, you know, we could, you know, we could also accept shorthand, like just typing a direction for sure, like, because I know other games, other text adventures do that. So eventually we'll work in that kind of stuff. Right now I just want to get the basic command working so we can make sure that we get, you know, I want to test the functionality of switching rooms. That's what we're building towards right now, to get the player to move between rooms 0, 1, and 2. You know, we want to be able to explore these 3 rooms we made, because otherwise you ain't got a game. So, if the word is go, oh, we can write a function for this too. We can make like a lookup, like a dictionary or something, right? We can do, let's see. Eventually, yeah. What we can do is we can use the word, instead of a switch statement, we can make like a dictionary basically. And what a dictionary is we can say like, okay, here are the valid directions you can go in. And we make a thing like this where it's like, oh, east is whatever. East is go east or something. I don't know. Like you can define stuff like this, so you can just use the player's input as like, look it up in a table and say, oh, that's what the player wants to do. So there's all sorts of stuff we can do with this to make it better and probably a little bit faster and stuff. But for now, we're just going to do a simple switch case. So if the player wants to go, we know the player's moving. We know the player wants to go somewhere. So the where that the player wants to go is going to be the next word. And netcode optimize. Yeah, you know, there's all sorts of stuff we can do to make it like better. There's many things we can do. I have a Discord ping. Sorry, I got distracted. It's an add everyone, nice. And then somebody else posted the image of Ralsei fell from a high place, and it's just him laying on the ground in Minecraft dead with items floating around him. There you go. That's what I tabbed into Discord to see. Oh, and then here's one about Spamton being the cringe Nene baby. And there you go. All right, so that's cool. Anyways. All right, so if we're going, we know that if we're going, they're gonna type a direction, right? And we can use this direction directly to match up with any of the valid connections in the room. Now here's the problem. The connections are individual elements in an array. Ah, I know how we can make this better. I've already figured it out. Let's see. JavaScript set dictionary key value. How to create and add pairs? No, I don't need to. I need to edit a key value pair. Edit key value. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just access it the same way. Yeah, it starts at 0. But here's what I'm gonna do, right? See how I've set up the connections where a direction and the room is like a separate object, and then it's like we have to tell it connections at 0.room. That's silly. There's no reason we have to do it that way. What we can do instead is just make the connections like a direct object, and we use the direction as a key, and the value is the room, which here has to be null because it's not defined yet. And so we got to change this on our interface. So this is no longer, this is just an object of direction, and direction is, I don't know how we define this as an interface. We're just gonna leave this as any for the moment because I don't know how to actually fix it. Uh-oh. Oh, because, yeah. So what we can do is this, right? And then inside of this one, what we can do is... There you go. And... Here we go. And this one. So we just use these key value pairs to shorten the work we have to do and make it like way simpler. Now all we have to do is plug in the word they type and we instantly get the room connection. There you go. So now it's just connections.east, connections.south. We don't have to do any fancy numbers or anything crazy. Wait. One leading north. There you go. Bean is tired. Is that your cat, right, that you got? That's what you're talking about, yeah? So now all we have to do here is this.player.location equals this.rooms, or equals this player.location.connections. How do we use the word here? Access string key value. Square brackets, okay. Connection, square bracket, words at position 1. Or stable, may or may not have been stepped on. Ouch. Sad face. Okay, so... if this is if this, I think if I just say if and the little location we're trying to go to, if it's like null or something, I think it won't do anything. But we can do else console.log that is not a valid direction. Go up. Go east. There you go. All right, so now we just needed to reflect here, and then we have ourselves a movable player. And then if we go back west, wow, it worked. All right, so now what we need to do is every time we do a command, I think we want to do like this, right? Where we have a history and we keep all of what we've done in the log. So like when we type go south, we log it and then we log the new description or whatever. And then we keep, you know, we keep our history in there. So that way if the player forgets like, okay, what have I done? And they want to go back and look, they can just like scroll up in the text box. And we can add new characters. I think it's just like \n is a new character, new line character. So what we want to do, if we move to a new location or whatever we do, as soon as we hit enter, we want to this.textlog. We want to plus equal. We want to add a new line. And then we want to log, we want to add this space plus this dot command. And then we want to add another new line. And then based on what we do, we want to add, you know, a description or something into the text log of like, okay, well, what do we do now? So here's what we want to do. We want to add player location. And then we want to do this dot text log plus equal to this dot player dot location dot description. Why is this bad? What do you mean you can't add string and string? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm literally adding strings up here. What? Oh, that's a type of any. What? What do you mean you can't add strings? JavaScript add string. Well, I guess I should look up TypeScript, but I've literally done this before. All right, do we need to use the concat method? I guess we do. Okay, it says we can use interfaces or whatever, or we can use a template literal. You have a dog that tries to kill anything that isn't a human. Oh dear, that sounds unfortunate. Okay, so what we could do here is plus equal to backticks, and then this and curly braces, and then this dot player dot location dot description. There we go. That works. Go east. Shit, the new lines didn't display. HTML div display new line. Okay, apparently if I do white space pre. Okay, well that kind of fucked that one up. Go east. Okay, that works with new lines, but not with like... We want a space of padding as well, so it's easier to read. So we want like double new lines. So 2 new lines there, 2 new lines there. But it doesn't... we need overflow. Text overflow. How do you get it to wrap around? Oh, pre-wrap. Duh. There we go. Go east. Whoa! Go west. Oh my lord. All right, so now what we have to do is scroll auto. No, hold on. Let's see, scrollable div. There's something we can do. Make div scrollable. Oh, it's the overflow. Overflow Y auto. Go east. Go east. Go east. We should probably print out like, oh, you can't do that. Here we go. Now, we also got to figure out how to get it to stay at the bottom of the scroll bar. So, scrollable div, bottom of scroll. Keep overflow div scrolled to bottom unless user scrolls up. There we go. I was able to get this working with CSS only. The trick is you display flex and flex direction column reverse. The browser treats the bottom like it's the top. Assuming the browsers you're targeting support flexbox, the only caveat is that the markup has to be in reverse order. Here's a working example. Okay, let's try it. Display flex direction column reverse. Okay, yeah, actually, I kind of like that it starts on the bottom too. That works perfectly. Go east. Yes! All right, that's beautiful. Yeah, I think we want it to be like that anyways. All right, cool. There we go. Go east. Go. All right, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Very nice. We also don't want this to trigger if, and? Do I just put the word and? How do you do and in an if statement? I forgot. Double ampersand gave me like an issue, right? Oh no, no, never mind. And this dot command is not empty. There we go. That way we don't like, you're not just spamming blank space. Although maybe we could do that and have like a thing where it's like, are you okay? Do you need assistance? But yeah, we'll just ignore the blank space. So what I'm making right now is a sort of, you can see obviously, a sort of like text adventure thing, similar to something like this, right? Like old school text adventure. And what I'm thinking is I'm going to use the text adventure portion of the game along with incremental like idle game gameplay, like Candy Box or something, right? Where you get like idle game stuff happening. So what I'm thinking is like, there's going to be a text adventure that you're playing, right? And as you play through the text adventure, you unlock like the idle game stuff. Like here, if we go back to Candy Box, see how we started 0, and then this button appears after we have a candy, like we unlocked a new function, and you see that dude that was here isn't here anymore because we don't have enough candy. Like how the game sort of dynamically adds in things you can do. I'm thinking I want to do that, like have idle incremental gameplay along with a text adventure, where as you go through the text adventure, you unlock different idle game mechanics that you can play with. So if you don't want to focus on the text adventure and you've unlocked some idle game stuff, you can just go do that. And then maybe, you know, as you go through the text adventure stuff, like, I don't know what the setting or anything is going to be, you know, no idea for that part yet. I'll come up with that later. But my idea is that, you know, you go through a text adventure and, like, the choices you make in the text adventure change what type of idle game stuff you unlock. And it's, like, mutually exclusive, where you sort of go down a path. And when you reset, like, you know, like when you ascend in Cookie Clicker and start over, and the stuff, like, you can carry over some progress and, like, do it again. What I'm thinking for this is ascending and starting over might carry over some of your idle game progress stuff, but it also sort of changes the narrative a little bit, like what options you have at different points in the game and stuff like that. So that way, like, every time you reset, you can go a different path that's, like, altered by the paths you took beforehand. I don't know how complex it'll end up being, but, you know, that's the ultimate idea, is that I was thinking, like, you know, I haven't really seen that with idle games and stuff, and people seem to really like the whole text adventure thing blew up again because of, you know, AI Dungeon. So I was thinking, you know, what if I combine something, you know, together like that? Now, I don't think I'm going to use, like, AI Dungeon, like, randomized stuff for it, because it would be cool to, like, actually tell a story. But I don't know what kind of story it's going to be yet or anything. We'll have to see about that. But that's the goal, I think, is to make something like that. And what we've done today so far, in a couple hours here, is we've put together a little skeleton of, like, here's the text adventure portion, where you can, you know, enter commands. I can lay out a bunch of rooms that are connected to each other, and you can eventually pick up items out of the room and stuff like that. Might lurk soon. Well, you know, fair enough. But yeah, that's the idea here. So now what we have, right? We actually have a basic working thing. If I kept going with this, I could easily program out, like, a very basic text adventure where you can move between rooms and pick up items. But I have to add in the picking up an item functionality. But, you know, that is a thing. Now we can go forward with maybe introducing idle game mechanics that we can unlock. So, tab 1, let's rename this to Adventure. There's that, and so now it says Adventure up here, and then we have a little tab button we can play with at the bottom. Tabs page, HTML. So, what we can do is, there's 3 other tab pages that came with the skeleton project by default. I just put if statements to kind of make them not show up right now. But we can introduce tab 2, and maybe at some point, right, in the idle game, you unlock tab 2. It's not visible by default. And then tab 2 is going to have, like, here's some idle game gameplay mechanics. And we put those in a separate tab so you can, you know, have the adventure game to one side and then focus on the idle game or whatever, and not have, like, screen space get too cluttered. You know, we can use this to sort of divide things between each other, and have, like, a thing. Okay, so there's one thing we should look up, is Ion icon. They have a whole bunch of icons you can use. There may not actually be an icon that I want to use for, like, the adventure tab. I don't know if there's going to be, like, a sword or something. I doubt it. These seem pretty standard, like, program application icons. There's a skull. That's kind of cool. Oh, we can use this. Terminal outline. There you go. So, you see they have an icon right now. This one's name is Triangle. If we use terminal outline, now we have the little terminal thing, and, you know, that's good enough. All right, so that's cool. That's the adventure tab. We can remove the label as well if we decide we don't want a label. I'm not sure. Maybe I do want a label just in case the icon's not clear. And this is adventure. That way, if you see it and you're like, what does this square mean? There you go. It says adventure. All right, cool. So now tab 2 is going to be idle. And its icon is going to be... Maybe like a clock or something. I mean, of course, this is, you know, we can always change this later to other, like, you can use images that you do whatever you want. But for now, just as a basic serviceable thing, let's put... There's just like a... Like, there was an alarm clock, but is there... Let's see, search clock. Yeah, here we go. Time outline. Now, I don't know if I want the outline versions, because you can also get solidly filled icons as well. But, you know, those work for now. Okay, so now we have tab 2, which is the next portion we can work on. So tab 2... now here's the thing, right? Tab 1 carries all the room information. Let's see, if we go east and we, you know, we do that, we go back to idle. Okay, so this stuff doesn't get reset or anything unless you, like, refresh the page, maybe? Yeah, you refresh the page, this data goes away. So we need to store this data on the player's computer or something so it doesn't get lost on refresh. But we'll do that later in a minute. Like, once we actually figure out exactly what data we're going to be using, then we can think about, okay, where are we going to store it? Because you can store stuff on the player's computer, through web pages and stuff can store files on your computer. But I don't know if, like, what exactly we need to store and if we can do any, like, what we can do about that. I also don't know, like, the text log. I don't know if I want to store the log. It would be helpful, but at the same time, maybe we don't want to store it. Windows.ini. Yeah, there you go. Assume direct control over their computer and just delete everything. That's how you do it. All right, so tab 2 is where we're going to focus on now. So we want to go to the tab 2 page HTML, and we want to get rid of this stuff in the middle because we don't want any of that. Right? We just want it to be a blank page. And now what we need to do is we need to think about what are the idle game mechanics in our game gonna be. I don't know. That is a tough one. So what I was thinking at first might be kind of cool is like a weird little setting for the game. I remember there was this, like, infinite library game project somebody made. This one, right? Library of Blabber, I think? Yeah. I remember watching, like, Vinny or somebody play this, like, once. And it's just, like, this procedurally generated, infinite space of shelves with books on them. And the books have just procedurally generated text in them. So it's just, it's technically infinite, right? There's no end. You can go through this endless library, and inside of each shelf is infinite books that have an infinite arrangement of characters. Now, most of it is garbage text, of course, but sometimes, you know, monkey smashing fist on keyboard method, you can sometimes find, like, actual words. But I was thinking, like, maybe this would actually be a cool little setting for an idle game, right? Like, going through an infinite library or something. I don't know, like that. Maybe that could be kind of cool. Like, at least just conceptually as a setting, and maybe it, like, leads to something as you go through the idle game or something, right? Like, you make progress through the infinite library, and eventually you find other things you can do and stuff like that. But, like, maybe it starts with, you know, pulling books off shelves or whatever randomly, and then it evolves from there. What do you guys think? What do you... you fooled them. What do you guys think? Like, what would be an... Do you think that would be an interesting little start for an idle game, or do you think we should do something else? I don't think I'm gonna, like, actually procedurally generate the text for the books, but I think, like, conceptually that seems like a neat little thing, but if you have any ideas of your own, you know, feel free. I found Songs of Stomach. Its first page was Never Proposed Literature. Channel proceed. Okay, nice. Good. Uh, your opinion shouldn't be taken. Well, that's fine. I mean, there's always something to be taken from any video game. Oh, they have Markov chain stories and poems, which produce more legible text instead of just random characters. Performance improvements? Wow. Nicer page flipping? But anyways, so what do you guys think? Like, what would be an interesting setting for like an idle game? Let's see, idle games. There's a fuck ton of idle games out there. Like, if you look up incremental games, there is this one, the Incremental Games Plaza, and this is like a sort of repository of links to idle games. There's so many fucking idle games. But so there's countless different subjects we could tackle in our idle game. Look, there's even a Pokemon idle game. There's another Pokemon idle game. Commodore Clicker. That's one where it's like a Commodore 64 or something, right? And you're like printing out like screens line by line and you like get faster processing speed and stuff. That one was kind of cool. I never played it that much though, so I don't know if it like eventually evolved into something. Egg Inc. Yeah, I played that one a little bit. I've played a few of these. I was looking for idle games a long time ago, and I remember playing through a bunch of these. But yeah, so what do you think? What do you guys think? Do you think the library idea sounds promising, or do you think that there's something else that could be better? Because I am totally open to suggestions. Either way, we need to think about what could work as like gameplay. Let's go back to the drawing board here. So what kind of gameplay do we want for our idle game? That is the question of the moment. Now, we could do like Cookie Clicker or something, where you have your number of resource and you buy buildings and upgrades and stuff like that, and that just makes you more resource, and that's like the straightforward route. Or we could go like, there's idle games that are like more RPG-ish, where you like build a party and stuff and have like gear and things. And you sort of have more of an element of like having to organize stuff. Like I think this one, Megami Quest. Like you have characters have strength and levels and stuff, and you get into like little RPG battles. There's other ones that are more like RPG-esque or something, where you have like a party of stuff. Yeah, like that could be cool. But we also have to think about, if we're gonna go that route, like how does it fit into stuff? There's ones where you have like an overview of where you put together like like Factory Idle. You put together, it's like Factorio or something. You have like little conveyor belts and stuff, but you have like this overview of something that you put together, and the idle mechanics are just like this stuff happening. Crash the game. Yeah, there you go. So we need to think about, like, then there's Trimps and stuff, which is a bit more standard. There's a dark room and everything, and like Candy Box, where I shouldn't have bought lollipops because I need the sword. Hell yeah, dude, scope creep, my favorite. Well, that'll happen eventually. We need to just decide on like a basic mechanic for the game. I think with Candy Box here, let's get 150 candies real quick. You can go on quests. You pick a place, you go for a quest, and then you go through this thing and you're like fighting enemies or whatever, right? And it just sort of automatically like marches through and whatever. And like different destinations have different things that can happen. So we could go with an idea like this. What we want to think about is like, okay, do we unlock other characters and stuff like that? I guess that depends more on the setting. Yeah, maybe. I was also thinking that like the text adventure could be sort of like where the progress and stuff comes from as well. And like it starts in the text adventure, right? You wake up in a room or something, whatever. It starts in the text adventure, you can explore a little bit, but there's not much you can do until you find like your idle game mechanic. And then you're able to like start collecting some resource or doing something with the idle game. And then that feeds back into the text adventure to like, oh, well now you can go to this room, or oh, you got like an item through the idle game. and you got a key for a door, or you got this, or you got that. And you can go, like, do stuff in the text adventure based on, like, idle game progress after a while. So that way it's not like you can just go straight through the text adventure the whole way out. You do stuff in the text adventure to do stuff in the idle game to do stuff back and forth kind of thing. So it's like, you know, you have a little bit of things you can do. And, like, at first, maybe it'll be just, like, hopping back and forth a little bit until you unlock a certain amount of stuff, and then you can really start idling or focusing on whatever. Like, maybe the text adventure is sort of on top of the idle game. I don't know. But yeah, so there's this one where you just, like, kind of, it just sort of happens. You randomly get items and stuff. Look, we have a lollipop farm. Wow. But yeah, so there's that method. EVE Online is the ultimate idle game. Kinda, yeah, really, when you think about it. There's also things that talk about what makes an incremental game good. I've watched this video before, and he mainly talks about, like, the emerging gameplay and, like, starting with, you know, you unlock different mechanics as time goes on and stuff like that. In his mind is, like, the most interesting stuff. Oh, man. Incremental games on itch.io. How many fucking games are there? 500, Jesus. Oh, this... Interesting. Luck Be a Landlord is technically an idle game. Hit the motherload. Wow. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to get distracted too much. But yeah. So, what are we gonna do for our game? Tab, page 2, script. Okay, keep tab page 1. I'm going to close this stuff. Tab page 1 we're okay with for the moment. Let's focus on page 2. So, for our game... At first I was kind of thinking about, you know, purely text-based like this and maybe even doing ASCII art, but I don't really know how to make good-looking ASCII art stuff. But let's say we start with the library idea for now, because we don't have any other ideas. We're still trying to think about what would be a fun concept for it. So maybe let's start in the infinite library. I don't even think that's like a thing as far as idle games I've seen. So there you go. It would be a slightly unique a setting for an idle game, because I don't think I've seen one like that. So let's just go with that, right? Infinite map sounds complex and unnecessary. Yeah, no, well, it's not going to be, like, truly infinite, like, procedurally generated. It's just going to be, like, you know, sort of just, like, there's no end you can reach, and it just, like, loops around on itself, pretty much. Because we can easily do that, right? We can just say, if you go east, it goes back to the same room, sort of deal. And we could put, like, with a scary, like, dude, yeah, we can make it Baldi's Basics, right? Have you seen that game? it'll be a horror game like Baldi's Basics, and the librarian is wandering around. No. Why not? That's one thing that idle games haven't done, is the horror element, you know? There you go. Or that is a thing they haven't done. But, Baldi has been overused. No, I don't mean literally put Baldi in there. I just mean put, like, spooky antagonist that is in the library with you. Okay, I got it. The back rooms. There you go, right? We're gonna make a back rooms idle game. Terrible. Dude, look, back rooms in Minecraft. What? Oh my god. Oh, dude, backrooms in Roblox. Whoa. The video is actually good. I've never seen it before. Okay, I need some more. It's a world gen option. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's fun. Ooh, if I actually knew how to make Minecraft mod packs, that would actually be kind of cool to have a sort of backrooms-based mod pack where you have to explore the backrooms and find materials and stuff, and like maybe there's some way you can make like a portable base. Oh, you know what? You could use those little sub machines, the compact machine blocks that let you go into a little sub universe. You could have your base in one of those, so you can hop out and pick it up and bring it through the backrooms with you. Anyways, that's another topic for another day. Maybe one day I'll learn how to make Minecraft mod packs and like do that. Compact machines, Minecraft. So compact machines, they make little pocket universes, basically. It's a little pocket dimension that this one is 3x3x3 cubes big. It's very small. It is just a 27 cube room. And you can go into the pocket universe, and then you have like this little area, and you can actually make it like input and output like items and electricity and stuff into this little compact room that you can then stuff your other modded machines into. So you could set up like a whole sort of mechanism or quintupling, you know, process inside of a compact machine, and then it only takes up a block of overworld space. So yeah, it's really cool. And once you get used to it, it's, you know, it's like Factorissimo from Factorio, if you ever saw that mod. It's basically the same thing, where you get like, you know, recursive factories where inside of the factory is this sort of subspace, and you could put more factories inside Factorissimo things in the subspace, and it can interact with like outside of the factory. So it's like it's just like a TARDIS or something, right? Here it is on the outside, just this little thing, and then here it is on the inside. Yeah, it's really cool. And then there's also Sky Factory. Or there's mod packs based on compact machines. Compact Claustrophobia. I played like a little bit of this on stream. This is one where it's like a skyblock, like generating resources mod pack, and you start inside of a compact machine and have to like get resources and build your way out and like get bigger machines. Infinitely small factories. Yeah, you could. But yeah, so if you're looking for like a preset mod pack that's based around compact machines, this one's kind of cool. It's got some cool mods in there. Anyways, we are getting completely off topic, but that's okay. That's what it's all about. So anyways, let's go with the library setting, right? So we're gonna do the infinite library. Let's go ahead and delete this. So the gist of the game, right? You're in the library, right? Here's your room, and there's like maybe there's doors, right? There's just like an infinite number of doors that are around you, in each direction. But technically, they just like loop back around on each other, so you're like you can't make any progress until later. Oh yeah, there you go. But oh, you know what? That could be. Hold on, let's see. You're trying to get out and inside a bigger library, right? You're in a book. See, that could be interesting. Like, okay, here's the idea, right? I don't think you guys are aware of Myst, but in Myst, the setting of this game is basically the plot of the game is there are books, right? These special books called linking books that this guy figures out this old ancient language that he can write. And by writing these books, he can be transported into like a sub-dimension, like this new dimension inside of the book. And whatever the book describes, like how you write it, creates that dimension. Like it makes the land and everything look like how you describe it to look. But you have to use this like special old language. So maybe we borrow a sort of similar plot of Myst with like linking books and stuff. Because honestly, I really fucking love Myst's plot, and it's like really cool. So maybe the idea is, right? So we're starting the game, and we are inside of like one of these fucking linking book things. I don't know how to draw, so this is a book. Take my word for it. So you're inside of like a linking book or something, right? But you're not aware of it. And this linking book is described as like an infinite library because that's like something you can pretty much do, I think. And your prestige mechanic is escaping out of the book, but now when you leave the book, you're kind of like in a room, and this room is sort of like a puzzle room. Sort of like, have you ever seen Escape the Room? Have you ever seen Escape the Room games? Infinite Library started 0. I don't know, maybe. I think our music died. Hold on, let's get some new music. Let's get something a bit more energetic, I think. All right. It wants to play an hour-long version of a Deltarune song, which I'm not against, but I'd rather... Let's see. Deltarune OST extended. We'll just listen to, like, 10-minute extended versions of the songs so we don't have to listen to the same song for, like, a fucking hour. All right, so anyway, so the idea of like an escape the room game is you're in a room and you have like, there's basically a puzzle sequence to get out of the room. Yeah, dude, good old Sean. So what we can do is sort of like, okay, here's your first playthrough, right? First play, you start in the book. You get out of the book, and now you're in, like, an escape room with, like, a podium that has, like, the book on the podium, Like, here's the book you just came out of, and now you're just, like, stuck in a fucking room, and you're like, how the hell do I get out of here? And there's, like, a single door or something that has, like, a padlock on it. And you have to figure out how to get out of the room. Now, yes... what you could do is, there's a couple things, right? We could either, so what I was thinking is, this is the idea that just popped into my mind. You escape the book into an escape the room thing that's like a puzzle sequence or something. And if, like, maybe there's clues inside of your book world or something and items you can find to help you get out or something like that. So you go back in or something, I don't know. Either you escape the room into another room that has another book that has a different setting in it, or, yeah, you find clues about altering the book, and, oops. So maybe inside of this room, like, it's not an escape the room sequence, right? Where there's nothing in the room, right? It's an empty room, but maybe there's, like, a scrap of a page or something on the floor that has, like, a little bit of information, and you're like, oh, okay, let me put that in the book. And then by adding just this little bit of information that was left over in the room, like a little scrap of a corner of a page or something, you can go back into the book and start editing the book or something before you go into it. Now, editing the book from inside of it could be the idle mechanic or something, or it could be the prestige mechanic, which I'm kind of leaning towards because that gives the prestige like its own thing. Like, the idle mechanics are to make progress inside of the book universe. Like, the book universe is idling and text adventure. And that's how you explore the universe of the book, right? And then outside of the book, like on your ascensions, when you ascend, you can edit the book universe to like change how it works. You can rearrange rooms and stuff. That kind of thing. And yeah, maybe it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna be a standard RPG. I think it's gonna be like text adventure, idle game. The idle game mechanics, I'm unsure about this stuff at the moment, but we'll figure this out as we go. The text adventure is gonna be to find clues and stuff that relates to ascending. It's gonna be to find items and stuff that go to the idle game, so it unlocks new idle game mechanics. The idle game can also feed into the text adventure by maybe making some progress through the book universe. the idle game can also, you know, eventually also lead into some ascension stuff. Like maybe there's some sort of alchemical process. Like, let's say, for example, one of the ways we can learn how to edit the book is we add in like sort of the framework for alchemy, right? So we unlock the ability to do alchemy in the text adventure universe, but then inside of the book again, you have to go find like the alchemical reagents and stuff to like do everything with. But then using the alchemy process that you've enabled inside of your little like fictional universe, you're able to like discover something about how it works, or discover something that helps you like go back and edit the book more. And or maybe like you run up into some wall, like I can't get this process to work, but then you're like, well, why don't I just make it work? And then you go out of the book, you make it work, and then you go back. I don't know, you know, we could think about stuff like that maybe. I'm not 100% sure how the idle game mechanics and the ascension mechanics are going to link together, but I'm sure that these will, you know, feed on each other a little bit. And then the text adventure, this is going to feed into itself. So I think this could work pretty well as like a sort of, you know, interwoven system of like starting the game over, making some progress, starting over, making some progress to start over. And then we can sort of like the narrative that's going on and like why you're in the room, how you ended up in the book, that kind of stuff, that can evolve over the course of like multiple ascensions, you know, into the future. You start, you know, changing, or things start unlocking and progressing in this wider universe of like, okay, outside of the book, what's actually going on here? And then that's where we can think about like, okay, well, what kind of a story are we going to tell and shit like that? And put in some like characters and stuff. And then what I'm thinking is like, this is probably not going to be that like in-depth and time consuming and everything for this one book. And then there's going to be like, maybe you're in some sort of like underground library thing that's lost to time and has all these like these book universes and stuff in it, and you hop into new settings and stuff, and then you eventually find like other people that are either stuck in the books or just characters from them, but the characters come out and everything and they start playing the role and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think this is a pretty decent idea, honestly. I think this could work pretty well. And this concept of like, okay, whatever you write in the book like changes the book universe, like based on whatever special language or something, leaves it open to like whatever we think of, like, oh well, what if we want a setting like maybe there's an idle game in the jungle or fucking whatever, you know, maybe the cookies. Like, you could just put whatever you want in there, because technically it would make sense in the framework of like it's a book, so everything inside of it can just be created and it can be anything. So there you go. Now that explains away any shenanigans that we want to have. It's I wrote in the book, smiley face. There you go. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a good mix of stuff, I would say. And that'll keep things like, you know, it'll leave it to where we can keep things open and sort of more engaging over time as different stuff unlocks. Okay. I like where this is going. But it still doesn't answer this question. What are the idle game mechanics gonna be? Okay, so let's say, right, let's go with this then. So the first room is going to link to itself. Is there a better way I can like edit the text here? There's gotta be like type script multi-line string. Oh, it's just using the backticks. Okay, cool. All right, next song. 15 minutes is maybe a little bit too long for a song. Like, I don't want them to just play for like 30 to 60 seconds because they're kind of short normally, but... Backtick. Backtick. No, not there. There we go. Now I don't know if it wraps in the new line character as part of the string. Uh-oh. My description broke. That's the problem. I didn't want it to, like, stretch on and on forever. I wanted... Why did it break? Rooms 1 is undefined. But why? Oh, duh. I'm stupid. Okay. Alright, it does not take the new line... Wait, yeah, it does. It puts the new line in there. I don't like that. I wish I could, like, I don't want the backticks. Okay, so TypeScript, multi-line string, VS Code. I don't know, this is weird. Aren't that many idle game mechanics other than just unlocking things to accelerate production of whatever? Yeah. So, maybe this will be a nice way of actually having an idle game where the stuff that you do in the idle game actually has, like, tangible, you know, effects on something other than just more number go up faster. Because I think that would be kind of cool too, you know? I think there's more you can do with, like, I feel like an idle game is interesting beyond just being, like, number go up Skinner box, like cookie clicker and stuff. Like, I feel like it's a decent way of having a game where you want to focus on stuff that isn't exactly the gameplay. But there's still, like, that sense of progress and everything, because incremental games are addictive. So, you know. Maybe this will be good. I don't know. Maybe people will see it and be like, this is fucking stupid. But, you know, gotta try it and see what happens. I think backslashes work. Okay, it does, but it puts that tab character in there. Okay, I mean, that's good enough. Because I'm gonna have some, like, really long descriptions, probably, for certain things. And having it all be on a single line in my editor here is gonna be, like, really annoying. So, space, enter. Oh, wait, no, space, no, you gotta do enter. And then... Okay, I guess it just has to be like that. Alright, so let's get rid of this description. Let's see. I think maybe the first idle game mechanic is just going to be like... I don't know. So we're going to have this be like the library. Maybe the mechanic is you pull books off of shelves and then you accumulate enough books and you can start like messing around with them. Like maybe you end up, like a random chance, as you pull books off the shelf, you find books that tell you how to do certain things or whatever, and that opens up like different mechanics for the idle game. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see, let's start with... Let's start with the room you wake up in. Just call it library. Now this room is going to connect to itself. Oh, you know what we should have? We should have descriptions and like text that only plays the first time you you see a room as well. I just realized I want that. I need a way to parse the description, I guess. And like I need my own custom characters in there. Oh, we can use Split for that, though. Duh, yeah. So what we can do is we can use special characters as, like, as characters that tell our game, yeah. So the words we want in the description to be printed when you first see the room, we can put in the beginning, and we can put a character, some special character after that, like an asterisk or an ampersand or something that we probably don't want to use in text normally. And then that way, what we do is we have a visited boolean for each room. So visited is boolean, and when we start in rooms 0, we have visited is false, flas false, and when it prints out the description of the room, it sets visited to true when it does that first visit. So now what we can do is, let's say when we first wake up in the library, let's see. What do we want the room to be made out of? I'm gonna look at the images from that infinite library thing again. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Somebody copied that other guy. This one is also a copy of that. Well, fucking... Guys, come up with your own ideas. Come on. Where was it? Procedural library game. There it is. Library Blabber. Okay. Because I liked the visual style of this. So it looks like it's sort of like... I want to kind of use this as inspiration for how the room's going to be described and everything. So it's... No, you're not going to see yourself, but going through the rooms, if you, like, go in some directions or something and, like, look around, it's... The idea is that there's infinite rooms, but functionally in the game, it's just going to be one room that just loops on itself. Because it doesn't matter. What I could do is add rooms as the player explores, but that could end up becoming a real big problem if they go too far and make too many rooms. But anyways, so the first time we see this, we're gonna have ampersand, I think. Let's see. Do we want ampersand? Maybe @ sign. This is gonna be the first time description of the room. So the idea is the player is gonna be like, you basically wake up in this room and you're like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, that could be a thing too. Because actually, that's a pretty good idea. Yeah, we could do that. The room loops on itself until you take a particular path, and it keeps your last, like, however many, you know, your last direction commands in memory. And then after so many of them, like maybe 6 to 8 or something, that you can find clues to, you end up in a new room, and that just gets added on like later, and then you have a direct connection. Oh yeah, and you can set up one-way connections and stuff easily with the system too. Yeah. All right, give me a moment. Let me flex my creative muscle and try to think about a good way of a good intro text for this. I use a different song. No, I don't want that one. Yo, Birdly song. Yeah, yeah. No, we'll listen to Smart Race. There you go. Okay. can't use that character. Oh, I think there's an escape thing for it, but... Alright, so there's the first time description. And after that we can put, like, stuff... Oh yeah, we can use the description for every time after that be something completely different too, and have it, like, chunk off that secondary description and only display that the next time you come in. That could be good. Add a fifth direction. Bingus. In. Out. I don't know. We'll come up with stuff for that. Well, see, how are we supposed to convey an alien dimension of movement when the only words we have for dimensions of movement are human dimensions of movement? That's the first hurdle. Even if you're using text, you have to think, how do I describe something that we don't have words for? Because out, people could just see as like, oh, we go out of the room. Like, you know? Now, yeah, you'd have to start combining words and making some strange little things like that, yeah. I think, you know, we should have the windows because, okay, that's your first goal. The idle game mechanic is gathering book off bookshelf, and then once you have enough books, you can pile them up and, like, climb up to the window, and then you can find, like, some sort of, like, because, see, here it sort of gives the hint that there's an outside area that's beyond the library, but this one has, like, a roof on it. So maybe that's, this is the first sort of goal, is that in the description it mentions these windows somewhere. That you probably don't notice your first time you wake up because you're just looking around at the bookshelves. But I'll put in a line about sunlight or something, so that might get your interest, and then, like, the next time you type look or something at the room, you get a secondary description that includes these sort of windows and the high ceiling and everything. And you can, What game? Wait, what? Huh? What game are you talking about? Oh, Cultist Sim. I mean, I guess so, but I don't know. Okay, so there, so we can split it based on @. Oops, I put a function. Oh wait, not this, just desk. Okay, so first equals that. After equals so first is going to be now this is going to be 1. Oh no, that just needs to be a number. So first is going to be only the first chunk of it. That's always going to be the first description of a room. We split up to the @ sign. Then we take for after desk.split @2. So we get before and after the @ sign, but we only care about what's after the @ sign. So 1, because it's going to return an array with 2 elements, And then we want the second element, so we get that element, and that's the other description. But we also want to split that one with the hashtag symbol. And then whatever description is here now ends in a hashtag. Fair enough, fair enough. No, because every single, like, the first description will only be this first chunk. And then after is going to be what's after the first chunk and before this hashtag symbol. And I'm going to call after, like, every single time you enter the room after the first time. So it's always going to be between @ and hashtag. This is the main regular description, yeah. But it's going to skip that the first time. So that way you get your first flavor text description when you first enter the room. And then every time after that, you get this. Now, I think because of that, I'm not really going to hide anything in the first description because that would be stuff that people will miss. And it could be like, oh, well, now I can't go back and see the description. So I don't want to deal with that. So we're just, the first description's only really ever going to be flavor text stuff and fanciness. And then the description after that is going to include, like, maybe visible items. Obtainable, visible... and all that kind of stuff. So if an item is visible, it'll be like, there is X here. You know, like, there is an whatever here. So if a room needs an item to be laying in the middle of it or something. Or if it needs an item in the room like a key, but the key is hidden, you put visible false so it doesn't show up in the room description and you don't know the item is there. And then you can also set, like, obtainable to false. We can do some fancy stuff with that. So this is bunked up. Alright, no more bird leaping. Okay, so the next description of the room is going to be, now here's the question, right? If we're taking off hundreds of thousands of books off of shelves, I don't think we want to make the player move to a new room every time or something. I think they'll just be like, despite your best efforts, the shelves remain just as full. Regardless. It's full. You know what items should also have? They should have a size. Number. There we go. We want to mention sunlight. Let's see. So the shelves, I think the height of the archway is like probably 8 to 10 feet or something. Like it's a pretty high archway. I'm gonna say like 8 feet. So the shelves, you don't really have a measuring stick on you. So these shelves reach a couple feet above your head, lining with the top of the archways. Above those is another... All right. Okay, so there's that. Actually, I mean, I don't need to split it anymore, because I don't think there's anything after this. Yeah, I think that's it. And then we just tack on, like, item descriptions or something, or just items that are visible. So we just want the second bit after the @ sign. So that's all we really need. We need this right now. I think this puts the exclamation point. Alright, so now we need to pass in this dot parse description, this dot player dot location dot description. So if it's visited, return after. Otherwise, return the first description. And of course I have an error. Let's oops. Okay, I need it to be not an array. There we go. And then oops, I stole the break command from Go. So if we look, we do this dot text log is plus equal to this dot parse description, and we parse it with the player dot location dot description. So if we haven't visited it before, we want to set it visited. Yes! There we go. Alright, cool. We now have added some functionality. We can visit rooms for the first time, see a different description, pick up that description, pick up the next description when we look at the room again. Too many commas in this sentence. Very epic and cool. Alright, cool. So, what can we do with this? I don't know. I guess at this point what we could do is, yeah, we need a cross-page sort of data passage thing, because we need the ability to like unlock idle game actions on this tab. You know what else I was thinking that I just kind of thought about right now? What if we steal like the Homestuck in-universe game and do something along those lines? Maybe that could be a different project, but I've always thought about, like, the in-universe Homestuck game has some potential for a couple concepts of, like, an idle game especially. Of, like, gathering these weird different building materials, making items, and constructing your house higher to reach, like, gates to go to different parts of things and, like, fight bosses and stuff. Like, that could fit perfectly as an idle game. Damn, now I kind of want to do that. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, no. Anyways. Well, I mean, we could still use that concept in this and like combine the idea of the text adventure with the whole fucking like Homestuck thing that happens in the in universe or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that, but I mean that could be cool. I think that's an idea for something else. Man. Maybe we want to do something with this layout. So we had a border radius, it rounds the corners. If we add a margin of like 8 pixels, it pushes it in. What the fuck happened to the right side? Why does margin always fuck things up? Dude, where did the right side go? Excuse me? What? Why would you do this? How does that push the right side off the screen? It's not supposed to do that. Okay, we want to give it some padding as well so the text isn't like right up against the edge. There you go. Fucking weird. Oh, it's because of the width. Duh. Okay, so margin 8 pixels. And now width is a calculation of 100% minus 8 pixels. Okay, minus 16 pixels. There you go. And now it resizes itself properly. So if your screen is really tiny or something, it still works. Oh, that's so. We're gonna skip ahead to the spam into stuff. Alright, this one's done. There we go. Alright, so from here, what can we do? There we go, space that as well. There's also the problem of overflow, but I mean, I don't think it matters too much, honestly. What's the default case? Is it just case default? Oh no, it's just default. Goog is not a command I recognize. Alright, cool. Darn, I can't go that direction. Damn. Who would have thought? Alright, and see what we can do instead of having like a connection. Like, let's say we want the player to be able to like climb up a pile of books and go out the window and like find some other shit. We don't want that. We can leave that connection unexplained in the connection list, and then all we have to do is just add it to the list once the player has like unlocked it with like the huge pile of books or something. Okay, I think that'll work fine. How do you append? Oh, it's not push. So we can do inside of check player moves, like how you said, oh, if you go a certain combination of directions, you like end up finding something. I think that's a good idea. And we can sort of just come up with a bunch of different strings of moves that lead to a room. And then when you find the room, it creates it in the array, and then just sets the proper connections so you never have to take that path anymore. You like, you know, it just shoves that room onto a valid point that it can connect to the main room. And then, like, as you explore, like, this infinite quote-unquote library, you start building out a path of, like, actually logically connected rooms. And I think all of the exits to every room is going to default to the starting room. And then you're just going to have specific connections that can go, like, between the rooms you found and stuff like that. So it's gonna push your move history. And then it's gonna be like, if if we check the move history and it returns true, that means we found something. We're gonna default to returning false. So if nothing else happens, you know, whatever, just move to whatever it says we should move to. So in the default case that we did not do anything special, we go back to whatever, you know, whatever it connects to. I want to like make our previous moves visible here so we can make sure it's tracking them correctly. Fuck you. There is a Pappy's. What do you mean? Oh, wait, is that because of the thing I added here? I don't know. Probably. It's not that. Undefined. Huh. Okay, I guess we have to set these up after it's done. Alright, there we go. Kind of. It didn't quite work. But it tried to check moves and failed, so... Oh, it fucked up on the move history thing. Oh. It didn't do the description thing. Alright, so that's working. Alright, let's see. We want to make sure that our move history is working. I think it is working, but I want to, like, see it printed out and everything real quick. I mean, I could just probably use a span. I don't know. Or just put this directly in the div like I'm doing in the text log, actually. That would be easier. I just don't see it. It's on tab 1. Stop move history. Why is that not working? It should be right under this. Where are you being placed? It's gotta be like the CSS rules or something. Just shoved it off the page somewhere. And it's like hanging out wherever the fuck it feels like. Let's try to copy this. The width is going to be the same. The height is going to be like 25%. Okay, it's a little bit big, but it's, yeah, see, it's not printing anything in here. So move history push words 1. Let's log this every time we update it and see what the heck's going on here. East. Okay, it's working, but it's an array. I don't think you can print an array. I think that's the problem. So what we could do is do spans. ng4. Let m of move history. And then this is m. Right? Shit, maybe not. Ion text. I might have written the for loop wrong. I think I did. ng4. No, that should be ng4 let something of something. Yeah, let an element of an array. Huh. Weird. What if I just put M? Oh, it's starting from the bottom. I'm stupid. I forgot I copied over the rules, and it also goes from the bottom. There it is. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Let's do 15%. There you go. There you go. So now we have an array of what we've done as far as where the character's moving. So with this, we can check it and see, like, okay, did they move in the correct pattern? So we need to check player moves. So not only do they have to move in the right pattern, they have to start from the correct room. So I think every time you attempt to move from the main room, if you're not moving into a room that is, like, as long as you're moving into room 0, you know, that's fine. Let's see, start room is so what we can do is, like, if the move history is equal to 0, we give the starting room. So if there's no move history... Ow. Hold on. So if we're in the starting room, we want to set the start room and then take our first move. Then what happens when we check our moves, if... Let's go ahead and pass in move history, MH. So if MH dot length is greater than or equal to 8, it's greater than 8. Actually, no, we want to be able to edit this inside of the function, so never mind. We'll just let it do its thing. So if the move history is greater than 8, if we have 9 moves in the history, we probably want to set move. Let's see, how do we... There's a splice function for an array. Well, let's see. So we want the 0th array to equal the array at position 9. Because that's the newest one is now the first one in our set of moves. But that's, you know what, we just want to empty it out, I think. So we'll just set it equal to nothing. You know, if you have moved too much and you didn't unlock anything, just erase your moves. And then, you know. Actually, I think we want the start room to be equal to anything. Because maybe we want to start from some of the other rooms you unlock. So we want start room to be something, and then we can check the start room in here, and then this dot start room is equal to nothing. No. There you go. So now if you've gone 8 moves, you didn't find anything. This is gonna happen right before we return. False, if you didn't find anything. If you're on your 9th move, you found nothing, it erases your previous moves, and it starts over. So whatever room you're in, which is most likely going to be the beginning room, if you've, like, because this is, like, for when you're exploring the infinite rooms. If you end up going too far, and you didn't find anything, it just cuts you off there. And maybe we'll have, like, a message, like, in the text log, so it's not too cryptic. So, like, if you reach this point, it adds something to the text log, like you find yourself back where you started, kind of thing, or something, and you're just back in the main room. And that way you have a bit of feedback, like, okay, I know I screwed up, you know, because you probably want the player to be aware at some point that you can go through a different path or something and find stuff in the library. Well, no. Because the rooms are going to be... I was going to say maybe you could have something where the player can leave markers or something so they can kind of like... But no. Because the rooms are not like physically existing. They're just like... It's just looping around and you're taking a path. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, that works so far. So we have the command, and then if check moves returns false, we have this. It's going to add, like, the description of whatever room you went to in that direction. Okay, so we want it to trigger if you hit 8, else if it's greater than 8, erase it, and then just return false. But if your move history is 8, we want it to, like, actually attempt, okay, did you find a room? Actually, maybe we don't really need this part, because if it's 8, it can only go up 1 at a time. So if it's equal to 8, check for a room, right? Check for finding a new room, new unique room. And then reset your stuff. And that way it goes back to, you know, there you go. But then, we want to return true at some point. So we'll probably copy this, put this in a little function or something and just call it, like, reset player moves. There you go. And we can just call that right before we return true as well, inside of, like, if we found a unique room or not. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So now what we could do is... What can we do? Well, eventually we'll think of some unique rooms to add. That's fine. We'll have it... If it's true, that we have found a unique room. I think we need to be able to go to that room. I think maybe we'll move the player to the room here. Inside of, if it finds a unique room, whatever room it finds, it puts the player in there. Yeah, it takes care of putting the player in there and describing the room inside of this, because it skips over these lines. So we'll take care of that inside of this function or something, probably. Oh, we could simplify this with if not player check moves. So if this function returns false, which means you didn't find a room, just move you normally. But if it returns true, it skips these lines because the function itself is going to take care of moving the player and pushing a description. Probably not the best way of handling this, but I'll just do it like that for now. And that'll take care of that. There you go. It got cleared, and now we're back to 1. Perfect. Okay. I'm getting somewhere with it. What we could do now... What can we do? I think we want... You know what else this opens it up for? We can add in some really secret content eventually, right? One day, where your move history, you have to get like 64 or some shit, you know, correct directions through the void, and then you find some secret hidden area and shit like that. That'd be cool. Oh man, I'm getting tired. A lot of thinking and my brain is melting now. Okay, I don't know, man. Like, part of me wants to do the, sort of or not Undertale, fucking Homestuck. Like, steal the Homestuck game, right? For the idle mechanics. Because, like, the concept of the game to me is kind of neat in terms of an idle game. But would that really fit with this? I don't know. I mean, it kind of would, yeah, because if we break out of the infinite library, you can see from, like, the outdoors that it's, like, a single room, right? Plus whatever rooms you've added on. So, like, outside of the space, it's not, like, infinite anymore. And when you break out of the room, you can start finding enemies to fight. Like, outside of your safe space of the library, there's monsters and shit, and there's, like, I don't know, whatever. And, like, you kill the monsters as another idle game mechanic or something, right? Like, you fight monsters. And you gain resources that you can spend to upgrade, like, or to add onto the height of your structure. Like, when you're outside of the library, the little infinite library, and you're standing on top of the roof or something, you can look up and you can see like, oh, there's like a gate up there or something. Okay, that's something I need to get to. And you can eventually discover ways to like, you know, construct onto your structure with whatever resources you've accumulated. And so if we, because I don't know if you guys are really familiar with Homestuck, ignore this part. This is cringe. Don't even think about that. Grist. So Homestuck has this little mechanic in the game, right? The little people, the characters in the webcomic, right? They fight enemies and they accumulate these little like things called grist. And they're just random little like resources like shale and chalk and, you know, amber, amethyst, caulking, chalk, cobalt, diamond, you know, whatever. So there's all these like basic materials, right, that they find, and they can use them to make items and to upgrade stuff and to like build onto their house that they start in. And like outside of Homestuck itself, like even if you think the webcomic's like fucking stupid and idiot and dumb, I think that the game, some of the game mechanics of this sort of this little game that the dudes play, like you can see here, right? For them, like in the webcomic or whatever, like their friend is kind of seeing their house from an interface, and the friend is able to build onto their house using grist and like spending it to add more. But we can sort of, you know, just take the concept of this and apply it to ours and make it like, okay, you add stairs and shit and you build your way up. Like, I think that could work. I think that could be pretty interesting as an idle game mechanic, and that provides the sense of progression through idle, where like you can just tell your character to automatically fight enemies or something, right, when you're like offline or whatever. And you can accumulate these materials like grists and, you know, we'll name it something else obviously, so we're not infringing on too much copyright here. And then you gather the materials together, you build on top of your library, and the stuff you add on isn't like infinite or anything, but we can use our text adventure framework that we made with connections. Like adding a staircase adds an up connection from a floor, and then when you add another, it adds like a basic floor above that has a down connection that's like an empty floor. And you can build a room that changes the like description of a certain floor, and you can put items into it that changes that part, and see, like it all builds on each other. So maybe we do that. I think that could be kind of cool. And I've always liked the idea of the little Homestuck in-universe game. I thought it was kind of neat, and it would make something interesting. So maybe instead of doing something else, we go with that, right? And maybe what you build up to is like a gate that lets you out of your little, either we still go with the Myst Pocket Universe book thing, right? And the gate you build up to lets you out, and then you're like, what the fuck? What is this? And then you go back in, and then there's another gate higher up. Or you build up to the gates, and it works like in Homestuck, where the gates lead to like this other like world that the kids get when they enter the game. They get this sort of randomly generated world assigned to them, and the gates lead them to different spots on the world, and then they come back, and then they keep building higher, and they go to the world, and they come back, and you know, yada yada yada. I think I kind of like that idea. The more I'm thinking about it, building up to gates and stuff, so that way your overall structure has a height value. Every staircase you build adds like, you know, some static, like one floor of height, maybe like 10 feet or something. I don't know, whatever we want to measure it as. Fucking 15 meters to, you know, 8 meters, whatever. And you need to get to certain height values, and then that can, you know, tie into the idle game and yada yada yada. So I'm thinking that could be pretty interesting. I don't know if you guys have any input on that, if that sounds stupid or not, but I don't know. I think it could work. Maybe. We could do that. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a pretty solid idea, and that gives me a bit of a roadmap, kind of, because it's like, if we do that, then that's like, okay, so let's say we use Homestuck. The game is called S-Burb in Homestuck. Homestuck S-Burb mechanics, right? So we have Infinite Library is the bottom floor. Single room from outside. Finding more rooms doesn't really do anything to that bottom floor. I think the Infinite Library and what you do inside of there is going to be contained in like a sort of TARDIS room that's on the bottom of your structure. Outside, okay, so the Infinite Library is the bottom floor. Enemies spawn outside of safe room. Killing enemies drops resources to build with. Different types of structures require different resources, maybe. So maybe there's like a couple different things you can find that you can use, like, oh, you can use this resource to build stairs and then this resource, or maybe. Or just the different resources are used for item crafting. And then there's like a main building, generic building resource that you get from killing enemies, right? So that way, maybe there's a bunch of different resources we have to combine to make items, because the item crafting mechanic of Homestuck is also kind of neat, and maybe we'll steal that in some aspect. So maybe you find, you know, different like diamond and gold and iron and mercury and, you know, whatever. You find all these different types of resources, and those let you build items, different types of items, and then the building resource is just one singular resource that all enemies drop in some amount. So you're always getting the building resource no matter what enemies you're fighting, you know, what type of enemies or whatever. And so you're always able to like sort of accumulate progress for building and making your house go higher. But also, as you're killing enemies, you're getting you're getting a lesser amount of these varied resources that you use to make different items. And we can just start with a couple resources and expand from there as we come up with ideas and stuff like that. And that would sort of give you, you know, different stuff, and you could focus on certain ones to make certain items, and that way, that adds a bit of like, okay, I want to focus on killing these enemies. You know, maybe you can find certain types of enemies on certain floors and stuff, so it's like, okay, I want to farm gold, so I need to be on floor like 15 to 20, so I fight these enemies on this floor or whatever. Yeah, different gameplay styles. The different items, like we can have different weapons and stuff and different ways of playing. Maybe it ties into the active method, like if you actively play, you can kill a lot more enemies or target specific enemies or something like that, but if you idle, you just kind of get whatever. You get less resources, or you get, like, you don't really get as much control over the resources, but you can still, you know, accumulate them when you're offline. Maybe, I'm trying to think, so about gameplay style, see, that's what I'm trying to think about, how this would tie into that. So the combat is going to be pretty just like a sort of, you know, different attacks of Undertale weapons. Yeah. That could, yeah, we could sort of abstract it out or something, right? We can maybe still do something that provides different, you know, things that people can be like, oh, I like this one. There was this little simple like phone game I remember playing called Minute Quest or whatever. And you just, there was a, what was it, Minute, he made a couple of them, and in one of them, Minute Frontier, this one is like you get classes and level up and stuff. It's just a simple little, it's almost an idle game, but it's not idle. It's like an incremental game or something, but you actually have to play it. Yeah, exactly. We want to avoid that. But this game, it's just a very simple game. If I can find a good image, you have the game up here, you have your stats and stuff. It's like a little simple RPG, and you tap left or right to go left or right, and you keep going to the right, and you keep going through higher and higher levels to get more difficult enemies. And what was interesting about this, you can see these little icons. There's like a sword, a dagger, a hammer, a spear. Oh yeah, yeah. But what was interesting about this is these different items have slightly different ways that you tap to attack. The sword, you could just hold down your tap and your character automatically slashes, but you can tap faster to do less damage but attack quicker, like every time you tap. The knife regardless if you're holding it down or tapping fast, it always does the same damage, so you can just like spam your taps to attack with the knife. The hammer was like, if you tap a whole bunch, you charge up the hammer the more you tap, and when you let go, he smashes and does like more damage the more you tap. And, you know, each of these different weapons had like a different style of playing, but it's all very, very simplistic and just like, you know, clicking the button. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we do something like that. We have some different weapon types for combat, but they work like in, you know, just they're very simplistic, but they work in different ways. And we could maybe have this sort of simple RPG combat where it's just like character bump into other character, you know. And for the bow, it was like you have this little thing that goes back and forth that you have to like time correctly in the middle to like shoot accurately to do the most damage. The staff was just kind of dumb and stupid, but it did elemental damage. Deltarune combat minus bullet hell. Kinda, yeah, you know. Just very simplistic RPG combat that just brings it back, you know, to the minimum. But this game's fun. I still play it sometimes on my phone when I'm like bored and have nothing to do. It's just a simple little game, but it's fun. I don't know. It's addicting. It's addicting in the same way that idle games are addicting, because you're getting experience, you're leveling up, you're unlocking new class abilities and stuff like that, but all of them are like passive abilities. I think so, yeah. So I think like the sort of idle mechanics being a little bit more involved and having this little RPG element to it where you like fight enemies and stuff outside of your house, I think could work pretty well. Oh, and then, so as you're building up, right, as you're building your platforms, floors can be safe or unsafe. Safe floors do not spawn enemies, can build machines / whatever. Unsafe floors spawn enemies over time, and you have to like you have floor 1, and over like every so many seconds like enemies show up out of the void around you or whatever, you know, and you kill off the enemies and then you wait a couple seconds, a new enemy shows up, you know, that kind of thing. Few seconds between spawns or something, you know, not anything super long, but where it's like, you know, there's enemies have to populate the floor and then you go in there and clear them out and then whatever. Can't build on a floor with enemies. I think so this way it's like if you build up a whole ton of floors, you can't just like put stuff in there without going and clearing them out first or something. Or like you must clear a floor at least once to make it safe. And then making it safe, you have to use resources or something, you know, that kind of thing. Put like style, Esperb style mechanics. Yeah, and then unsafe floors, or you must clear it at least once to either make it safe or build farming machines. Yeah, or build combat related. I'm gonna say things. I don't know what it's gonna be, but. So you have the option of either, once you've cleared a floor at least once, and maybe every 5 to 10 floors there's like a boss monster or something, you know, so it gets, you know, there's some more difficulty or something like that. You can either spend some resources to make it a safe floor that you can use to do whatever in, you know, whatever mechanics. Yeah, I'll just use the word things, stuff, I'm stuff, you know, whatever. But you have the option of either making it safe, where enemies no longer spawn there, and you can go back to that floor to, like, heal or something if you put in, like, some whatever. And so that way you can have, like, unsafe floors, and then you can build a safe floor. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. But could have it, like, you know, you... Let's think about this. Where's my drawing board? So what you could do, right, is you can be like, all right, here's floor. So we start on F1. Damn, that sucks. And now, let's say we built F2, and now there's an enemy here with like a little sword. So now F2 has an enemy on it, right? We built it, we have our staircase that goes up the side, and we can go up to F2. So F2 is unsafe. We kill this guy, and now it's safe, but more can spawn in, but it doesn't matter because we've already cleared it once. So on floor 2, we can now either, we can build a staircase from F3, and I think to build, you have to clear the floor out, but we can, like, you know, once you've done an ascension or something, you can, like, automatically, like, you can have an option to automatically clear new floors and stuff. Or after some amount of time, you can, you know, do something for that. So now we've cleared up to F3. So now we have a dude here, and this, you know, this floor is not safe anymore. You can just build automatically. Maybe, yeah. Like, have a toggle option to build as soon as you have the resources. But it only builds if you've cleared a floor, so you just, like, clear floor, build, clear floor, build, clear floor, build. And then, like, when you build a new floor, the enemies are just there instantly. So that way you can, you know, churn through it if you want to. And then you can come back, like, to the previous floors and stuff. I think that could work. Yeah. But anyways, so option to auto build after clearing highest floor. And that way you can choose to use it, or if you want to save up your building resources for maybe something else, like maybe the machines and stuff you can build, use the building resources. So you have to pick, do I want to build machines or things to help me, or do I want to push further? So there's sort of a decision to make there in the early game until you have like enough to just build whatever you want. The higher up you go, you know, there's like a multiplier, so enemies drop more stuff, they get more difficult, yada yada yada. And let's see. So in terms of like making a room safe or not, let's see. So we have a couple options for F2, right? There's the no enemy and the enemy option now that we're past it. So with the no enemy side, this could be focused on some other idle mechanics, like putting machines for crafting items. Like maybe you need certain machines that you have to build up before you can actually make certain items, like, and get further with crafting. So like, oh, well, I need to get a fucking kiln or something, or, you know, different machines to work with different materials that enemies can drop so you can make more advanced items. And those are only buildable in safe rooms, because you need a safe room so you can focus on crafting and enemies don't come in and kick your ass. But in the unsafe rooms, what you can do, so safe rooms have crafting related things, unlock new recipes, etc. Unsafe rooms have combat related things, increase difficulty, auto farm, etc. So then, like, eventually you can, like, okay, I want to auto farm floor 3. You build a pretty expensive thing on floor 3 that auto kills enemies. And maybe it's, like, a little bit, you know, it's slower than you doing it yourself or something, but you get a steady sort of stream of, like, maybe 10% of the normal drops or something. And so it's pretty slow at first, but the more you do that, the more you get, and then it kind of builds on itself and stuff, and it makes you get, like, all sorts of shit coming in. Or you increase the difficulty or increase your rewards. Maybe you can build stuff that increases drop rates, but you have to, like, choose, right? You can't have all of that stuff together. So we can have stuff like that. I think that would be pretty cool. And then you just, you know, you keep going up and up and up, dot, 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 dot. And then, let's say floor 10 has, fucking a big boy, like a big slime boss. Oh no. He's gonna kill you. And then, so once you defeat a boss, what kind of rewards should we have, like, for boss floors? This really reminds me of other idle games I've already seen, but I think we could take it in a slightly different direction and tie it into the other stuff a bit better. Like, I've seen a lot of idle games that kind of use the whole, like, oh, you're going up a tower or something, like, mechanic, but honestly, I mean, I think that's fine. I don't know. Whatever. Everybody does it. We'll just do it too. Stealing ideas. Hooray! But, you know, I think that works out. For sure, yeah. I think what you should do is take ideas that exist because you know they work and people like them, and you twist them into something that's, like, different. So by taking this mechanic of, okay, you're going up a tower, like, and unlocking progressively harder enemies and stuff, you know, we take this idea that we know works and we've seen it in a bunch of games, and we use different sort of mechanics on top of that to make it feel unique, you know? I think the idea of being able to visit your floors back and forth and stuff and everything, that one doesn't tend to happen too often with idle games. They tend to just be like, all right, you push on, you reset, push on, reset. And I think tying it in with some different mechanics and stuff could be fairly interesting. And then, oh, you know what? Maybe the boss is just at the gate. Like, there's a boss right before you get to, like, the magical portal or gate or whatever that's like, okay, well, now it, you know, runs off somewhere else. And then you do stuff, and then you come back into it, and you gotta rebuild your house or something, or start back at floor 10, or I don't know. I think that could work pretty well. Let's see, is there anything we want to add to this? So these are specifically for, you know, once you escape the library. So the initial part with the library is going to be, you know, pretty straightforward. It's going to be like, okay, you're in the library, you can look around, you can wander around. Maybe you accidentally find one of the extra side rooms or something, if you don't know, or maybe you find a clue or something. But it'll mainly just be like, you build up your pile of books from just shoving shit off the shelf over and over. And then you climb up your pile of books to the window, you get outside, and maybe that only takes, like, you know, 15 minutes or less. Depending on how long it takes you to understand what's going on and everything, and how much you want to, like, look around in the library. And then you get outside, and then now, once you're outdoors, like, you know, the idle mechanics start unfolding from there. I think that is how we want to do it. So this tab is, like, your house overview, for the idle mechanics, right? So this is to interact with, like, inside the library is this tab. And this is, like, the text adventure. It all takes place inside of that infinite library or something, and, like, within other settings. And then this is sort of the overview of your house going up. And then once you unlock crafting, that'll be a tab that you can, like, you know, mess around with crafting if you're on a safe floor or whatever. I don't know. Or rather, I don't think the floors are going to matter too much for, like, you being on a floor or something. It'll be, like, the floor. You'll have, like, an overview of what's happening with your building. And maybe I'll render it with, like, ASCII characters, right? Like, we can make, you know, it could be like, oh, here's your fucking library, dude, and then you just build it out of, like, characters, you know, whatever. Like, maybe I could just render it out like that instead of having to make, like, sprites for everything, because sprites would take me an ungodly amount of time to worry about. Or we just don't have a visual representation. I don't know. Either way, we have this tab be the sort of build up your house mode. Tab 3 will handle, like, okay, I want to craft items and stuff like that. Or maybe tab 3 will be like your resources in your inventory, and that'll, or something like that, along with item crafting. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that'll be pretty good. My voice is getting worn out, and we've been live for about 4 hours. It's getting late. I don't know. I think we'll wrap it up here. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. We'll have Spamton Neo play us off. But yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm gonna work on this in my own time. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it again for a little while because I want to get some stuff done first and everything, maybe. But eventually we will we'll have some progress here. So what I'm gonna do now is text adventure skeleton. I'm gonna push this to my GitHub, and now if we go to GitHub and we... Am I not signed in? Okay, here we go. So if I sign in and I go to my GitHub IO, oh, we need to commit, or we need to push. Push to origin. Sign in with browser. Authentication succeeded. There we go. So now I have pushed the update. So it's now on my github.io. And I think if I go to this web page, I actually don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if I can visit my web page here and see it, like, actually do something. Okay. Ionic project GitHub pages. Deploying Ionic on GitHub pages. Check your version, run node, get Node.js. I already have that. I already have npm. So we've got Ionic. Start an app. Run the app. I've already run it. Create a repository on GitHub. Ionic GitHub pages, whatever. Leave it public, add a readme, create repo. Add a new remote for GitHub. Build your app. Oh, we have to build the app. Okay. Okay, so let's do this real quick, and then that way it's live, and then if you guys want to fuck around with it, you can. Even though there's, like, nothing there yet. Let's see, so... Add a remote, get remote, add origin. I think we're fine. Do I have git? I do. Okay. So let's try to do that really quick. Git remote add origin, and then GitHub, my username, and then demo.git. Not this. That's the wrong thing. I haven't done this before, so this is a bit strange. Let's see. So we want to go add a new remote. Is this correct? How does this work? So we're adding the origin from push to... Okay, .io.git. Okay. Origin already exists. Okay, so we're fine. We're fine on that. So now we want to build the app. We want to do this stuff. So we want to do Ionic build prod base href. And what this is going to do is, I guess, build it so it's able to actually run. And then we want username.github.io / whatever the fuck's going on. and then slash repository. But my repository is the .github.io. So I think we just build it for this. Okay, so now it's doing its thing. And then we need to add Angular CLI GH pages npm module to your project. So we go into our project, which we're already in. And then we want to ng add Angular CLI GH pages. So we're already in our project. We want to do ng add Angular CLI GH pages. What? Oh, ng. Wait, what? How do I not have ng? ng.cmd? Do I need to do that? Okay, ng command not found. So, Ionic add Angular CLI pages. Can we find GH pages? Maybe there's like a, because it's through Ionic. Here we go. Okay, yeah, through Node Package Manager. So we do Node Package Manager, npm I for install, Angular CLI GH pages, and then -- save. And then we just connect it to our repository, navigate in the terminal to your directory, execute Ionic build. Okay, we probably have to build again. One moderate npm audit fix. One moderate severity vulnerability. Let's see if we can fix it. npm audit. A DDoS vulnerability. Okay, well, you just how do I fix it? Okay, whatever. If people want to DDoS GitHub, I don't care. I don't know how to fix this. Is audit fix gonna just work now that I've looked at it? I reviewed it manually, smiley face. No. Okay. Fuck you. So now if we do Ionic build... do we need to do a project name? I don't think so. I just want it to be on the main GitHub IO page, so... Let's just do that. Let's just build it again, now that we've added the GH pages thing. So now we build it, and then we need to run this command, npx angular. We need to set the directory. The index, yeah, it's gotta set that index HTML file so the web page knows how to load up. Okay, npx angular CLI GH pages dir equals www. Oh, and it'll create a GH pages branch. Okay, good. And then we push to that. Oops. Commit sus. And then push to origin. Okay, maybe we do want to do the your project name thing. Idle game. Is that gonna work? What is this? Excuse me? The fuck are these files? That doesn't look good. How the fuck does this work? I'm so confused. Wait, this isn't working. Why is this not working? I don't see a your project name / settings. That's like not a thing. It didn't fucking work. How does this... I've got branches. New pull request. Well, how do... What do I do? I assume I have to, like, pull it in or something for it to be active, right? Index.html. So it's got an index.html. It doesn't have, like, a settings that I can see. It mentioned something about settings, but that doesn't seem to exist. No, I don't think we want to put it in main. We don't seem to be able to access it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, let's make a repo. New repo. Idle game. Public, sure, whatever. That's fine. Okay, so now we have a new repo. We made a new repository, we gave it a name. Leave it public. I didn't add a readme, but I don't really care. Create repo. Instructions to push it from the command line. Okay, so now let's add this new repo. Git remote add origin for this new repo I just made for idle game. Okay. .git. What the fuck do you mean? Remote add... Okay, maybe I need to rename it from origin. Idle game is now a remote. Okay, so now if we go in here and we go to push to... We can see idle game. Okay. So there's idle game. And then git push u idle game master. Okay. So now we add a new remote. Remote add. Okay, we just did that. Git remote verify. Idle game, fetch and push origin. Okay. So now if we build our app with .github.io/idle game, now if we do that, we should be set. I hope. And then this will be live, and then we'll wrap things up and go to bed. This fucking song. So silly. This song is pretty dope. Let's listen to that one. The song's amazing. I've listened to this on repeat a few times. It's really good. Okay, so we did the Ionic build. We've already added the module. That's already in here. And now we just deploy. Okay, so we see all our stuff here. I don't know why it says 7 hours ago, but you know. Such is life. And then if we go to... we go to .github.io. It doesn't fucking work. I'm so upset. I hate this. Let's, yeah, this doesn't fucking work either. What if we... What the fuck do we do here? How do I just delete it? I want to clear this shit out. Okay. Git remove, remove remote. I don't want to push to origin anymore. What is the syntax here? Fuck off. Git remote remove. So if we remove origin, We can push to idle game. That part's fine. And then, how do we get stuff here? That's the weird part. I don't understand. Okay, let's try this guy's suggestion. We go to package.json. Where's my package.json? I don't know. I don't know why this isn't working. This is so weird. Package.json. And then inside of scripts, we have, we add this. Just, like, do it for us automatically. So it looks like we need... So we have the source code being pushed to its own thing. What do you mean? What? Okay, undo my change. No, just don't save. Fuck that file. Discard changes. See, when we open it, it just, like, breaks. It's like, this doesn't work, you can't do that. Fuck. So when we're uploading this to GitHub, we're pushing it to its own little, like, shampoo bandit idle game.git. It's got its own little area where the source code can go. And then when we deploy it, we need the other shit to go into this. Because this is what gets reflected as, like, GitHub will host this as a website for you. So when we Ionic build, we just want to build it for this. Oh, okay, so we need the remote origin. Okay, so now we have that, and if we do this and upload via Git to our origin, and then we refresh this, we have two branches. Why do we have two branches? Deleted just now. Oh, fuck. Do that again. I think we need to merge that branch into main. Okay, so it's uploading via Git, doing all that shit. Okay. Recent pushes, compare and pull requests. Okay, so base main, entirely different commit histories. Okay. Well, what do I do about that? What the fuck do you do? I'm so confused. The dist folder, well, nothing's getting, like, done. It's just staying on this shit. Under default branch, we just set it to one of these, the GH page branch. GH pages, navigate to the main page of the repo. Under the name, click Settings. Oh. Branches. Default branch. Go ahead and go to GH pages. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Now we need that, like, dist folder. Git ignore. So there should be like a git ignore file that ignores the dist, and we need the dist. So here's the folder. Git ignore. I don't know. That doesn't actually seem right. I don't even see a dist. Okay, let's just try it and see if it's active. Fuck. Unfortunate. Oh no. Oh no. Where? I don't see like a dist folder. This is weird. I can't get this to work. Okay, I'm using Angular, not React. This is very unfortunate. I don't know why this is so difficult. I thought it was like, eh, just upload it, it'll be done, whatever. What the heck, dude? Why is this so silly? Okay, so we did that. We Ionic built, I think. Yeah, we did that. Well, I don't know about you, but that looks like a 404 to me. Is it that it's not uploading that www page? Or folder? Because it's not. I think that could be the problem. Oh no, it has all the files that are in that folder in this branch. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think we need to do git remove origin, remote remove origin, remove idle game, add origin as github.com user idlegame.git. Okay, so now our origin is here. Git push origin master. Okay, let's try it again. So silly. Maybe it'll work if I got this set up like this. I don't know. I feel like I already tried to do this, but maybe it'll be better this time. It's taking quite a while. Man. I don't know. GitHub is... it's cool and all, but it feels so weird sometimes. Like, it just feels... it's just awkward for certain things. Especially with stuff like Ionic and Angular, when you have, like, these different frameworks that change how web pages work and everything. You have all this fancy stuff going on. How much did you suffer? Yeah, okay. I mean, once you get used to it, it's not so bad. And, like, GitHub's actually really useful. But, trying to get it to work with random shit like this. Also, this is just doing nothing. How long is this gonna take? Is it broken? What happened? Maybe it's actually working this time. I don't know. But yeah, it's rough when you don't know exactly what's going on and how it all works. Same thing when you're using like Linux or something, right? If you've never used Linux before, or just any Unix anything, it can be very confusing, and you're like, what? Why did you do that? So, you know, it's I don't know, it's whatever. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is it doing? I hope there isn't some weird error and it's just like frozen, but I think it's fine. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it was just stuck. Alright. Pushing a button up arrow fixed it, apparently. Cringe. Alright. Do that. You know, I'm really hoping that Deltarune Chapter 2 or Chapter 3, 4, and 5 only takes him like a year or something, or less. Because it's like, if he did take this time between Chapter 1 and 2 to actually write the entire story and like plan it out, he should be able to finish like reasonably quickly. Considering once you have the story planned out, it's just like, okay, art team, make the art assets and the animations we need for these. Here are all the scenes. Here's all the text and everything that's going to happen. You know, here's the scenes, so make the animations for it. The art team makes the animations. He puts together all the events and stuff. The whole, like, you know, skeleton of the game is done. It's basically the same stuff with just, like, slightly new gameplay elements probably sprinkled in here and there with, like, the secret bosses and things like that. I think it's pretty reasonable they could get these next 3 chapters done in about the same amount of time or less. It shouldn't take them that much longer, really. So, hopefully it doesn't, you know. Oh, it's not a 404 anymore, but it is blank. Yeah, that's true. But he is going to charge for the next 3 chapters, so that's a thing. Huh. Well, it did technically work. Like, it says Ionic application. Ionic app. It's just, completely fucked. What? Why did these fail? What? Excuse me? True. So he's gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, ass gets auto-modded. Sure, good thing. Nice, epic. So what did it fail to load? GitHub.io/polyfills main and runtime. These must have a slightly different name, and it didn't, like, upload the files correctly. 188633799BD. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Name BD 10DB 8E956. I mean, those are the same file. Poopy butthole. Oh, dude, butthole go mod. Uh-oh. That's a bad word. How is this? How did it fail? .404 not found. What? This file is not found. What? What? It's fucking right there. Oh my, I'm gonna shit my pants. If you don't load the fucking file right now. Why? It's literally there. Why is it a 404? Did you not deploy this branch? Is that the problem? Is there some weird issue here? How does that not exist? It's right fucking here. Literally the same file. Why is it a 404? I'm so pissed. Can you fucking, like, work, please? There's a GitHub Pages branch here, too. Huh. Do I need to default that branch here? Oh, I think so, but maybe. Maybe that's the problem. No, but it doesn't... It has nothing to do with this repo. And these fucking changes keep popping up. This is so strange. Just go to main. Why does this not work? Okay, this is unhelpful. Alright, well, I can't figure it out. I think I'm just gonna wrap things up here and not worry about it. I'll get it fixed at some point, and then the website will be live. It's not like you can do much with it anyway at the moment, so... maybe one day it'll work, but for now we'll just leave it. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed and eat dinner and stuff, because I got class tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around, and I hope you guys have a good week. See you next time, I guess. Take care.